How many of you have never been to a ChangeAgent meeting of any kind before?
Welcome.
Welcome. Hi there. How many of you have never been to a ChangeAgent meeting where we were before, in addition to those people? Okay. So for those of you who are new, I'm Ken Minkoff.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Klein.
And as you know, we're in the business of changing the world. And one of the things that I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of what it is that we're going to be doing today, because we have a number of different activities that we want to work through during the course of the day to kind of help you guys build on where things are right now and think about how to get it to the next level organizationally. And then we're going to have some fun. We have, as usual, a fun clinical exercise to do. Probably not as much fun as we had last time because Alice Delight did not come with us on this trip. But we are going to get you guys involved in doing something clinical. Now, for those of you who are new, as you know, what we've been doing is we're actually just about to start on our second-ish year of working inside Detroit Wayne in a process that's going on throughout the state in working in the direction of designing the system to be about the needs of the people who are showing up, and engaging the whole system in a quality improvement partnership and process so that every program and every person delivering clinical care becomes welcoming, recovery-oriented, and co-occurring capable. And inside this particular system, inside both the state level and inside the local system, what you guys realize is that there have been some pretty tough times. And we know, and what we've heard, and we've been visiting certain programs, is that everybody's been experiencing significant budget cuts and cuts in general funds. And many of you are in programs that have experienced layoffs. In many instances, or some instances, at least from what we've heard, that some of the people laid off have actually been change agents. And one of the things that's important, I think, right now is to kind of pay attention to something that's pretty important, which is that even though there are some very difficult times going on, there's an energy, there are people who are involved in this process that are continued to be committed to the idea that we're designing systems to be about the needs of the people who are showing up. And this commitment is going on at the state level, and we're going to sort of talk about some of the things that are happening at the state level. A lot of the organizations, a lot of the systems that are working on this in Michigan have been realizing that as the money gets tighter, it becomes more important to do two things. One is to hold on to the idea that we actually have to be about inspiration and values, and that as the money gets tighter, it's more important to figure out how to be creative and flexible about using those limited resources to figure out how to provide care to the people coming in the door. And so part of what we want to be doing today is to take the conversation about what's happening inside Detroit, Wayne, and think, where do we go at this point, working with you guys, with the leadership of the system, to kind of build things up to the next level and to look ahead over the coming year and to think about how to engage or re-engage the whole system in continuing to move forward in this process. Okay. So, do you want to?
Mm-hmm. So we also, this is like a commuter trip for us. We were here last week and flew back to the West Coast for the weekend, and we're back, and we did some site visits and had some conversations last week, and we wanted to kind of catch you up on those as well. And some of you who are change agents from those programs that we visited might want to kind of comment on some of the conversations that we had during those site visits, because I think they're on target with, you know, how you hold a framework during tough times and make not just hold your place, but how you actually move forward in an inspired way. So be ready if you had one of those visits, because we may be sort of passing the mic around. We thought it would be very good thing, since we have some new folks, to actually go ahead and zip around the room and everybody say hi. So can we do that? Do you need a mic, or can you shout? Can you shout? Shout it out. Okay, shout it out, Karen. Woohoo! I got a little slideshow if you guys can tolerate it a little later. Yeah. I know.
I'm Dan Calvin, Detroit Wayne County Community Health Agency, Work Quality. Good morning, Robert Compton, Detroit Wayne CMH.
Hello, Carol Wayne from California Center.
John Osterlin, Beginning Center.
Nanette Wade, Development Center. Cheryl Brewer, Behavioral Services. Susan Clark, Mary. Audrey Jenkins, Third Circuit Court, Clinical Child Study.
Oki Eames III, Third Circuit Court, Clinical Child Study.
Hi, good morning, Judy Dowling, News Center. Christina Graham, Starfish Family Services. Jennifer Lichman, Lake Behavioral Services. She need to do a minute, Development Center.
Jorge Cáceres, Southwest Council.
Ernest Bentley, Detroit Central City. Donald Montgomery, Detroit Central City.
Laura Development, Detroit Central City. Gloria Allen, Detroit Central City. Florida Development,
Community Care Services.
David Taylor, Gateway.
Tom DeRussell Weston, Holy Cross Children's Services and Catholic Charities.
Paul Brown, Detroit Medical Center, Sinai Grace Hospital.
Paula Jervis, Salvation Army, Herbalife, Monroe. Anna Merlin, Northeast Guidance Center.
Gerald Cornwell, Detroit East.
Mercy Bell, Team Health Services. Heather Hyatt, Mental Health Services.
Bill Valier, NSO. Renee Sines, Star Center.
Patrick Lewis, Gateway.
Edith Smith, New Center. Alexander Faulkner, Black Family Wealth. Carolyn Mathis, Maria. Carrie Baker, First Life Nursing Home. Radio Pearson, here first.
And
And coming in on cue.
coming in
sitting
on
down,
cue.
Sitting in the front.
Hi.
Coming in on cue.
Adrian Hall, Northeast Guidance Center.
Hi, welcome.
Super.
And we have somebody at the table there. Hi. Yeah. And working the table back there, we have the fine and lovely. All right.
And on the camera,
Brett.
Brett. I'm Brett.
Go, Brett.
Brett the cameraman. Okay. So, Brett, let me put a plug in for you, okay? Virtual Center of Excellence has a massive amount of information up on the website now in terms of some of the trainings and some of the conversations that have gone on. So if you have new folks you're trying to explain this to, you're new yourself, or you want to go back and refresh, go on the Virtual Center of Excellence, click on some of that stuff, and you can see it all over again. Okay. Also, Virtual Center, in raw form, there are the videotapings of the previous ChangeAgent meetings. So if you're brand new, that can be made available with just a tiny piece of work, which you guys will coordinate. So if you've not been to a ChangeAgent meeting before, you have absolutely no orientation First thing to do is to find somebody in this room who you think looks friendly, who's been a change agent, meet them and say, hey, what do I do? And make sure you get your change agent materials. Make sure you get one good conversation with somebody that says, take a deep breath, it's going to be okay, we don't have to fix everything by Tuesday. And if you're interested in going back over the original meetings, I would say start with the first one and watch the first tape and just get the basic principles overview, and you'll be kind of sort of in the mainstream of learning and doing. Okay, so if you're brand new, don't worry, there's ways to get oriented. Okay, if that doesn't do it for you, if you don't feel like you're kind of grounded in things, then the best thing you can do, come to the change agent meetings, find a group to get connected with who's already meeting, and bring to the table the things you are most concerned about, most interested in, most passionate about, and just begin engaging yourself in lots of conversations with your change agent colleagues. Okay, that's the very, very best way to get your feet wet and jump in there. Okay, does that sound like for you old school change agents, is that a good piece of advice? Yeah? Okay, cool. Good. Okay, so what we wanted to do this morning is to spend a little bit of time.
Do people know how to get to the Virtual Center of Excellence website? Is there anybody who doesn't? Okay. So because the value of that is that, you know, if you missed the ILSA interview, or if you missed Alice Delight's interview, or any of the, you know, the things that we've been talking about, they're all recorded for posterity. And we know that change agent groups kind of turn over and this, that, and the other. But this way, everybody can, if they choose to, catch up with whatever's happened to feel connected to the history of the process.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So who's actually gone on the Virtual Center of Excellence and looked at any of the materials? Anybody done that? Okay. Are they easy to get to and easy to negotiate? It seems, because I haven't actually gone on yet. So, yeah? Okay, good. Okay, just first training, that'd be very first thing to do. So we wanted to spend a little bit of time this morning with you just going over, as we usually do, just going over some of the basic things that you're working on, some of the sticking places you're running into, some of the places where you feel like you're making progress, some of the places where you feel like you're lagging down, and anything that you feel like needs to be kind of talked about in the open forum. So we wanted to start with a little bit of a public conversation about what's happening. This is where I'm hoping some of you who had some site visits, Jorge, might be able to kind of help everybody. Because as we go around in Detroit, just like most every other place that we're going around in the country, it is interesting to see that the change agents are really carrying a lot of the passion behind the movement. And this is one of those times when we know, we've seen this, we've been around for a decade doing this. This is one of those times when we know that change agents will carry the spirit for your system as things lag down and they come back up. So it's very important for us to be kind of talking out loud about what you're actually experiencing, and to be supportive to each other, and us to help you as much as we can as you go through some difficult times. However, what we'll say, which is hard to see unless you've been there, this is one of those times when it is beautifully ironic that people can connect to the heart and soul of what this is actually about. It's a weird thing that in the context of shortage and poverty and the kinds of things that make you feel like you get pushed back on your heels is when you actually find your values. And so this is a weird time in the universe, and this is a great group of people to kind of be helping people see that. So let's talk. Just start thinking out loud, and we'll kind of see where we go with it. So think for a second.
Do we have a mic? Yeah, let's just hold on to it. Okay. Well, I can talk about that for a little bit. Okay.
So Steve is not here to start us off because it's the Jewish holiday. So otherwise, I know Steve would be going, "Oh, I've got something." So what are you working on? What is going on?
Go ahead.
Anything. What do you individually, what are you doing as a program? Just a conversation, really.
Well, a couple things. One is we've been introducing every month, just talking about different tools to sharpen up, because we're a substance abuse agency, so we're working more on the mental health and learning, doing the testing, and then we're actually integrating the treatment plans to meet the motivational interviewing and to look at some other areas of identifying the dual diagnoses. So
How's it going?
it's going, and we're also teaming up with a lot of different doctors and such, and working as a team approach with any of them. So we're actually making the contacts. We've got some MOUs together, and we've already instituted in the treatment plans and educating the staff on how to utilize that and put it in perspective, and doing some preliminary testing. So, and working with a team on that. So that's kind of where we're at for the moment.
Thanks for starting us out. Other things you guys are doing? I'm going to come around and prompt you in a minute because I know what some of you are doing. Yes, sir.
In our agency, we are introducing, or have been introducing my particular program, screening tools in order to be able to assess substance abuse as well as co-occurring disorders in the housing program. So in our agency, we're now using the audit and the CAGE as well as some other assessment tools in order to get that done into the computer system so that we can identify individuals that have co-occurring disorders so we can best service them.
Yeah. Are you seeing the numbers go up? Are you getting better at seeing?
Absolutely.
Do you know just a gut feel, like how much?
Saying about 15–20%.
15, 20. So anybody else using the audit? Anybody you guys using the audit? Did you just, is it relatively new that you're using it, or you've been using it for a while?
Mike.
Oops, sorry.
No, I use it in a lot of different realms. We do alcohol and highway safety class as another program, which I use in that. We're a primary substance abuse program. However, before we used to have a dual diagnosis counselor, co-occurring counselor, funding issues, we lost that counselor. Therefore, I was given that job in addition to the other job. And recently, we've been able to get the funding, but our biggest problem was to be able to get medication in a timely manner. So right now, we're working on a grant to bring in a psychiatrist 2 hours a week to help with that, because there's a delay, usually about anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to get them their medication, which sometimes is really, concerning.
Yeah. I cringe every time I hear 4 to 6 weeks.
It's absolutely, for us, and I had a gentleman just this last 2 weeks that we've been working on. They keep turning him down and keep turning him down at community health because they say it's substance related. He's had all kinds of symptoms, and he literally was in one community health agent pounding on the door saying, "What do I have to do to get the help that I need?" And they pushed the button and let him go out and running down the street. It's just unbelievable, some of the barriers we've faced in trying to get the adequate co-occurring care that the individuals need, our consumers. So. Thank you.
Renee, can you pass that down to him? Thanks.
I'm from Star Center. We're a methadone clinic, and we did have the opportunity to have Dr. Klein visit us. And we mapped out this elaborate project plan of what we're going to do and when we're going to do it. And Dr. Klein encouraged us to start taking things a step further and sort of look at the also look at the forest from the trees, because it's easy to take this piecemeal, look at one particular step and get that done and say, oh, that's great, you know, we're almost there. But you need to be able to see where there really is, if assuming we can define what there is. Challenges, we get a lot of energy here and we go back and say, rah, 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 here's what we're going to do and what we need to do. Biggest challenge for us is getting the counselors and the staff to envision what needs to be done and start thinking in terms of co-occurring disorders, identifying them, and what we're going to do. And for them, they say the challenge is to get their patients to open up in terms of helping them identify what their problems are, the real issues are, their co-occurring disorders. And that's kind of a big obstacle for us that we need to work on.
It's like the hot potato, nobody wants it. Other things?
We're coming from a juvenile residential facility, and we have a large juvenile justice population. So I think a lot of times our direct care counselors really struggle with balancing person-centered care between they also have to have a role of very strict, structured disciplinarian. Mm-hmm. So they struggle with that balance. And it's hard sometimes to be real client-centered with adolescents in that setting, because when you ask them, well, what is your happy life goal? And they say, to kick my peers' ass. And it doesn't go much further than that. So sometimes that's a struggle for us, applying a lot of the concepts to a teen population that's there as a captive audience.
Do they really use the word peer?
No, the kids don't, we do. They use all kinds of good words.
Other things? Anybody else on this table? Anybody on this table? Anybody on this table? It's okay if you make eye contact. I won't hand it to you. It's okay. Okay. Anybody on this table? Yep.
At our agency, we run into a lot of different obstacles because upper management did not believe that COD really applied to the population which we service. Dr. Klein had the opportunity to come and address that issue, and she pointed out that we needed to do a lot of team building. We need to begin to build trust with management and the staff. And we have been working on that, and I'm here to report we made a minor step, and the minor step is that we have been able to integrate welcome and hope in the training of our staff. So we have seen a plus as far as staff morale going up just a notch, you know. So that's where we're at this point.
We'll take just a notch. Yes, okay, good, good. I'm going to call on you in a minute, okay? Okay, you want to do it now? Okay, there we go. Okay.
Well, what we're trying to do is, we've had a couple of years of success with dealing with groups and having co-occurring groups in our mental health agency. And with the cutbacks and this past year, we had to realize we saw the natural result, which was an increase in clients per clinical staff. And then with reduced funding, we had to stop our transportation, which brought the group members to the groups. And so what we're going to try to see what we can do is still expand the number of groups and try to see what we can do in terms of getting the group members themselves involved and and encouraging those people who are natural-born facilitators to come to the front and participate and hopefully get more involved in the community, go to churches, and see what we can do to expand the supports that are out there.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thanks, Jorge.
Another thing that we were really focusing on was the welcoming piece of welcoming the client, and not only the client but also welcoming the community and bringing the community awareness on the situation. We've gotten pharmacists and local people together to kind of like look at this from the disease standpoint that it is, and to bring the awareness up to where people are working as a team and talk about the benefits by doing so and how the community will be uplifted. So those are some of the other things that we've been working on.
Cool. Thanks. Great. Anybody else want to comment? Okay. I'm just I'll ramble a little bit with you guys because I think some of the things that you guys are coming at, it feels like it comes from this piece of the room and this piece of the room and that piece of the room, but I think you're actually all kind of talking about somewhat similar things. So let me see if I can be a little bit of a binder. And the reason I was kind of poking on Jorge is because he and I had this great conversation with others. It's actually three of us, which was our site visit out to Jorge's program. And we had a most wonderful conversation, I thought, about how when the world kind of pushes on programs and it looks like things are a moment of contraction and there's a reduction in resources and time and energy's kind of stretched. It's a odd thing that happens. It makes you kind of step back and say, well, if we're in the business to do this, no matter what the situation is, we're still in the business to do this. So how do we do this in the best possible way we can? And a weird thing starts to happen is that it sort of puts in front of you that there are people who are the people that we serve and that we work with and that we serve and that we work with, who are our natural resources in this whole process. And the conversation that we were having was, how do you not just apologetically kind of say we might have to mobilize some of our consumers to be helpful, but actually get all over the top of that, is maybe that's what the universe is trying to help us understand. And that this is, one of those moments when you look at the people who are in service as being one of the most valuable resources to themselves and to the system of care that there is. And how do we begin to put things together in such a way that people would have an easier time being able to contribute and bring to the table the things they're trying to bring to the table. And so when you're thinking about, Jorge's thinking about being able to identify some folks who've gone through some groups to be facilitators of follow-on groups and aftercare groups. The thinking is fantastic. When do we do that with people? Do we do that after they've gone through the process, or is it possible to say, look, you're here, you're looking for an opportunity to learn and to do, and we have things that are readily available as soon as you come in the door, so that contribution is part of what we build ourselves around, and we get people started early. And so we were having this, I thought, pretty interesting conversation about how we hold the people in service from the first place. And that, is it when we've done something to them, after we've done some work with them, that they become the valuable resource, or are they the valuable resource the moment we meet them? And the answer, in my mind, would be hopefully the moment that we meet them. And so this is one of those things that it's a lot easier to see for some reason. I just think it's a curious irony. It's much easier to see these things when you're trying to figure out how it is that you bring more resource into a scarce resource environment. I don't know why that is, but brilliance kind of shines its way through. So when you're thinking about, you know, the things like welcoming, and you're thinking about being able to see and identify the issues that people are that they're trying to work on. When you're thinking about how, you know, how the staff is saying, how do I get people to open up? How do we, you know, how do we do this? This is where the world says, well, I'm going to make it so clear that you have to be fundamental. The world said, it's not about being busy over here up in the stratosphere, it's about being busy here in things like welcoming, in things like being able to engage people in relationships, in things like being able to ask people flat out, what is it that you want, even if it is kicking the butt of the guy next door, right? That there are things that you see in times like this that are the fundamentals of what we know is actually helpful. Okay, and what we're here to do today is not to put irrational push on the system to say, go do more of this up here. We're saying what this is about and has always been about and will always be about are those fundamental principles. And so Renee, when Renee says, you know, we had this fairly elaborate, wonderfully articulate, and wholly designed plan of approach. And when we really sat and kind of talked about it, things can get so big and so large that it feels like it might be a little difficult to even kind of get organized to get going, even though we're super organized. And so coming back to center and saying, what is it we're trying to achieve here? What is it that we need to be with and for people? And how do we take not all the steps we could take, but steps that are actually meaningful and small enough to actually take? That's the point. Okay, so round of applause for you guys for living in the middle of it. You're in very good company. You know, okay. Now, here's some things just fairly concretely. What we've experienced when we go around to the programs, and this is an interesting thing, and maybe we can talk about this. There is enough structure in play now that I think all the intermediaries have gotten the clear message and are in the clear picture of being able to better identify the population of people with co-occurringness. Okay? Everywhere we go, there's that feeling like the programs are responding to a piece of structure that says count. Okay? There are very few programs who are not in that loop, count. But what we see slipping a little bit is the why. Okay, and as change agents, you guys are the carriers of the why. And it's very, very important in systems that the why becomes the point, not just the count. Okay, so when you guys are talking about your counting experience, like we're using the audit in the cage, and it's allowing us to see da-da-da-da, and we're seeing, you know, 15 to 20%, da-da-da-da, there's something in your mind that you intuitively say, and that's important because. Okay, and it's highly likely that part of that's important because somebody thinks it's important that we count, but it's more likely that it's important that we see them. Okay, so when you're going through this whole process, whatever the improvement plank is, as a change agent, remember your job is to challenge the why we're doing things in the first place. So if you find yourself counting folks in ways that don't make sense, or you find yourself counting for somebody else's purposes, and you find yourself counting and you wind up with information you're not actually using, you're wasting your time. Okay? So as we go through this, and hopefully, you know, we'll have conversation that kind of gets a little bit deeper and deeper into the details of things. This is another thing that this time pushes you on. You have no time and space in your world to be sort of frivolously engaged in things that aren't meaningful. You don't have any people left to be frivolously engaged, and people are counting on you more and more not to be frivolously engaged. So as a change agent, when you find things that feel like they don't matter, that they're not resulting in tangible benefit to your program or to your people, the job of a change agent is to say, that's not the best way to go about it. There are others doing other things. I'm thinking this. Let's sit and have a conversation. And when you say, you know, hallelujah for the tiny baby step of getting in a better partnership inside our organization so that we're actually at the table talking to each other, That's a precursor to being able to say, no, I don't think that's the best way to go about it. Okay, so if you're over here as an organization and you're saying what we're working on is just being able to sit together and be welcoming to each other and have a conversation that's about our partnership so we can help anybody do anything, and that's where your organization is, that's a round of applause. You cannot do anything fruitful unless you have that foundation. Okay, so as always, regardless, wherever you are is a good place to be, as long as what you're working on is something fundamental and meaningful. Okay, cool? All right.
So I was going to, I'm sitting here kind of listening and thinking about how to connect all the dots from what's happening on the front line all the way up to the top of the state system and everything in between. As this is how I occupy myself, thinking about things like this. And one of the things that I was noticing and as I was listening is, to start where Chris was starting, is the importance of building welcoming and hope as a foundation. And the comment that you made, which is, you do something like, let's orient our staff about welcoming and hope, and it causes morale to go up just a little bit. And this is a time when people's morale is suffering. So if we remember, often one of the things that we observe, and we've experienced this in our own work, is that when you're under the most stress, there's a tendency in behavioral health to think that our values are the thing that's kind of a luxury. Like, we don't have time for this value crap. We're laying people off. And when you kind of go there, you immediately become part of your own problem. It's a little bit like when you work with clients who say, I'll follow my recovery program as long as I'm not in crisis, when they're in crisis every day. And the thing that's going to help them get out of the misery is to hold on to a plan and a piece of hope and a sense that they're going to make progress a little bit at a time. So if you have nothing else to do for yourselves under stress, the idea is to pull everybody together and say, we do have each other, and we can be about our values, and we can actually put that in the middle of our conversation. Now, the second thing is, what does this mean in terms of the way we relate to the people we're trying to serve? And somebody says, well, one of the challenges is getting people to open up about their co-occurring issues. And part of the reason that that's a challenge is not because people are not desperate. It's that they've been programmed to think that if I tell you the truth about what's going on with me, I'm more likely to be rejected than actually accepted and helped. So that the message of welcoming, which is to say, here in our methadone program, we love people who have mental health issues. It's one of the most important things we want to encourage you to talk about. If we do our little audit tool thing, and it turns out you have substance issues, we love you. You're exactly the kind of person we're here to help. We're not going to come and say, oh, you don't fit, or oh, you don't belong. And even if you can't get every service, and this is like part of the most important message, we're not supposed to be able to fix you the moment we meet you. Our job is to just be with you. And even when the damn community health clinic is treating you like crap, we still love you, because we have some control over that. Those things are extremely important. And let me just, one more. And I was thinking about the idea, like, we ask you what your happy life goal is, and you say, my happy life goal is to kick his butt. And it reminded me of a story about, kind of thinking about how to help us all be in the hope business, because we do get stuck in thinking that hope is about dealing with the issue of the moment. You go to your boss and say, what's my happy life goal? So I get more money from the state. And you think, boy, that's sad that that's your happy life goal. Is that why you went into this business, running a mental health center? or a substance agency get money from the state. You know, this is the beginning and end. So, and it reminded me of a story. We were doing a training in Oakland, California, in Alameda County, and we had all the people working in the juvenile justice system in the room. We had the juvenile probation officers and the juvenile detention staff and the clinical program people, and we were talking about this. And one of the I can't remember whether it was a juvenile probation or it was in the detention center, but somebody said, you know, we have this kid, and his happy life goal is to be the best damn drug dealer in Oakland. And he's got, you know, a little network, and he's this very charming kid, and, you know, we have to, you know, and basically their position is to somehow, he's got the wrong happy life goal, and our job is to beat him down. And one of the things we started talking about is we said, well, why do you think he wants to be the best damn drug dealer in Oakland? I mean, where's that coming from? What is it in his heart that he's trying to achieve? Go ahead. Success. Absolutely. Keep going. Success. What is, you know, what do you think? I mean, because, you know, it's kind of like, I got the wheels, right? He was talking about that. He's got the wheels that everybody's going to look at. He's got the best looking ladies. You know, I mean, he's 17, but he's got the whole thing going in his mind about what he's going to be doing. Okay? What does he want? He wants people to look up to him. He wants respect. He doesn't want to be a victim. He doesn't want to see himself as being downtrodden like so many other people. He's looking up. And if you think about it from that perspective, okay, the sense that inside his heart, underneath the thing that he's doing, that is, from our perspective, bad, there's actually a noble purpose for himself, which is part of his vision of a happy life, is he actually wants to be a successful man. He wants people to admire him and respect him and look up to him. And if you want to take it even further in my weird thinking, he wants to do good for his community. He's performing a valuable community service. He wants to operate his own business. He's a veritable entrepreneur. Okay, now I'm partly tongue-in-cheek, but this is absolutely right. Now the thing about it is, the only way that he knows to do this is to be a criminal. And to spend his life, you know, hoping, you know, because in his view, he'll do this and he may be dead by the time he's 35 or earlier. He'll spend his life hoping he doesn't get locked up and running out ahead of the law or dealing with rival drug dealers and gangs. And this is the only thing he knows. But his happy life goal, at the heart of it, is what everybody else's is. He just doesn't have an alternative. And if we tell him that what he wants is bad, we're missing the point. And so I was thinking about your young person, or all of your young people, whose happy life goal is to kick somebody's butt. And I'm thinking, where's that coming from? They don't want to be disrespected. They don't want to be victimized. They want to stand up and be counted. They don't know too many ways of doing it, and they've already had a lot of control taken away from them. So when we're in this business and you say, underneath everything that people are doing, they're trying to figure something out for themselves, and our job, is to find the thing in the heart of it that's actually something we can connect to. Okay, and say, you know, what you're actually thinking about here is cool. You're not thinking big enough. You're not thinking high enough. You're undershooting your own capacity to be as cool as you could be. Okay? That's a message, I think, for all of us into this situation. Now, when I kind of got to that point, I was sort of thinking about the way this is connected to the issue of resources. So one of the things many of you already learned is where most systems start out is that the co-occurring thing is about a special set of groups, or that special clinician we hired, or the special something or other over here. And when resources get tight, guess what happens? All the special stuff goes away, and the damn clients, they didn't go anywhere. We didn't only get the clients because we had the grant. Okay, the clients were there anyway. So some worthy person gets appointed, said, well, we need a co-occurring person, how about you? And you're like, okay, you know, and usually it is like you described, you know, well, let's find the person who does everything anyway. You know, like that old adage, you want to get something done, ask the busiest person, right? So, but at the heart of this is it never stops. First of all, it's always something we have to be thinking about doing within our basic resources. And it can't be just about one person. If you're a change agent, your first mission in life is not to be the only change agent. Because if you're the only change agent, you're going to feel miserable. Your first mission in life is to create your own team. Okay? And you're a team for the county. But inside each of your organizations, the extent to which you have a team helps you to promote success. I notice Detroit Center City is traveling in a pack. Okay? That's important. Okay? And that reflects something. I was visiting with Hagira on Friday. And one of the first, you know, and there was this guy who was the change agent for their entire, what is that called? Oak something? Oakdale. There you are. Hi. Hi. There's Hagira. Yay, Gail. Yay. Okay. Anyway, the poor guy was their change agent, you know, from Oakdale, and he's got all this stuff going on in the building, and he's like, you know, and one of the things we were talking about is, let's get everybody involved. Let's get your counselors involved. Let's get your, PCAs involved, patient care assistants, support staff. And people were, yeah, this would be cool. We need to do something that helps us feel empowered and inspired down into the front lines. That's important. Okay. Now, the thing that we're talking about is, where do we go when resources get tight? And we're trying to figure out how to develop better services. Okay? Because there are things that we can do on our own, and there are things where it feels like we're bumping up against rules and requirements in the system. And this is where the partnership gets up to the next level. Because as change agents, you hold something in your heart about values. And you say, every time somebody makes a decision, you're thinking, this decision may hurt somebody that I care about. And somebody has to represent the idea that we can't allow ourselves to just make decisions lightly, as if they have no consequences for real people. And so we start thinking about putting values in the middle of the conversation, especially about how we think about using resources. So let's think about this. One of the things is building partnerships. Okay? So, you know, you told the story about the community health center, right? Okay, the community health centers are not connected to this yet. Okay, they don't know they're supposed to be welcoming yet. Okay, now if we're having trouble with one of our community partners and they're behaving badly, the right approach is to go over and tell them they're a bunch of jerks, right? No. The right approach is to welcome them into the process. Okay, not in the middle of the crisis, but in some other occasion. Say, you know what? You probably have a lot of folks who come to your door that you don't know what to do about. We're here to help you. Come to the table, okay? And we get 1 or 2 community health centers joining us. It helps others to come along. Let's think about what happens when you have limited resources. One of the things that it begins to challenge is whether or not the system is operating in the most efficient way to take care of the people in the system. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist in Michigan to know that it's not the case. So Friday, no, let's see. Oh, I was with Hagira on Wednesday. I was in Oakland County on Friday. And one of the things we were talking about is the Oakland County people have their big utilization management manual. You know this, right? We love our utilization management manuals, okay? And it has all the levels of care, and has all the criteria and everything. And they're like, what are we doing? You know, they came back and said, well, one of the things that we had been talking about at the state level was how do we create more flexible service approaches when we have limited resources? So one of the dilemmas that happens is people come to our door, they get an assessment, and then they get assigned to a caseload, and then they get scheduled for appointments. You familiar with this? And then if you're in the addiction door, you get, you know, IOP or whatever, something like that. You have to go to a program, and you have to obey all the rules and everything, and then people rag at you if you don't show up. Okay? And the issue is that the vast majority of people coming to our doors are showing up in a crisis. They may not. If you said, what is the thing that's part of your happy life goal, they're not likely to say, I want to be assigned to the caseload of a case manager. And the last thing on my mind is keeping appointments. I just want somebody to love me and look out for me and care that I exist. So in most systems, like this one, okay, the vast majority of people show up in crisis. They're in crisis for a period of time, sometimes months. Okay? Most of our entry points are designed for people who show up routinely. So we're busy assigning people to mismatched services all the time. That's neither helpful nor efficient. But we do it, you know, because somebody thinks that's what the state wants. That's what Lorraine wants. Because Lorraine, you know, manages our contracts, and inside the contract it said there were, you know, and that's what CareLink wants, and that's what Gateway wants. And actually everybody in this room only wants to figure out how to use limited resources to take good care of people. So what we start to think about is when we're under pressure, if we put our values in the middle of the conversation, maybe we can start getting serious about getting rid of administrative requirements that make it hard to take care of people the way we want. And literally, these conversations are going on in Michigan, in Network 180 in Oakland. Can we have people show up and not have to go through an entire eligibility, comprehensive biopsychosocial, and just see them? Would the world come to an end? Would people turn over in their graves in Lansing? I hear there are, you know, I mean, it feels that way, doesn't it? Okay. But that's what people are looking at. Can we have somebody show up and set up a mechanism for people showing up at a low threshold and coming in without appointments and dropping in and being connected not to a caseload but to a team, having access to peer support, showing up, you know, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, dropping in at lunch, getting some kind of help? Okay. And can we have a mechanism, and Network 180 has actually implemented this, where people can come in, not be determined for full eligibility for years of case management, and just get some kind of crisis intervention, flexibly, minimizing the paperwork, and helping people get a co-occurring kind of team-based crisis response that's flexible and fluid without having to go through all the stuff you go through to get them assigned? Can we do that? Well, systems in Michigan out of this process are starting to try to figure this out. Under the financial pressure, people become pushed to look at every piece of administrative weirdness and say, do we actually need this? And of course, there's a lot there that we don't need. So I'm going to stop with that and kind of, Paul, you had something that...
It sort of piggybacks on what you're already talking about. I think we're doing pretty good with the welcoming and partnering with other community resources, but with all the budget cuts and limitations and having clients with multiple co-occurring disorders, limited resources, how can you continue to instill hope when you yourself feel hopeless with the situation?
Mm-hmm.
And I brought that to my team at the Salvation Army. I've talked with other people across the state that are involved in the same type of work, and it's how do you maintain hopefulness and encourage your clients to be hopeful when
You don't
it's a
feel-
hopeless situation. In a lot of cases, I mean, not everything's hopeless, but you know, there are a lot of cases that the situation is you're looking at substance use, mental health problems, housing, employment. That's a big one right now, going back into the legal system. So I'm looking at not just mental health and substance, but you know, several others that are tied into it. When there is no jobs, I encourage them to take advantage of the retraining, vocational opportunities, but people are getting really, really frustrated out there.
Anybody want to take that on? Are you all feeling hopeless?
We feel a little down, okay? I won't say completely hopeless.
Feeling down, but not completely.
That's a good thing to bring up. Go for it. Okay.
Not feeling hopeless, but when you talk about making the kinds of changes that would disregard scheduling and assignment and all of the things that we have come to know, I think that best comes from the state. I mean, because they're the ones who demand and require certain data and certain things and how you're applying your time and 60% and whatever. I mean, there's just so many requirements, and it seems that the state, the county, the city, they are not connected. I mean, it's as though they're all three different entities that want the same thing, but they don't know that. How do you get them to see? How do you get them to understand that there is a need to change from the old, typical way that we have been doing things?
That was good.
That was good.
Anybody on the receiving end of that want to comment on being a them? Oh, actually, okay.
In reference to that, back before I got into doing what I do now, I was a QS 9000 quality auditor. And one of the things that I
Which
discovered...
is, for the uninitiated, what is that?
I used to go to various auto manufacturing facilities and go over their product, test it, ensure that the record keeping was adequate, that the policies and procedures were in order, etc. And what I found out, in most cases, you had a procedure and policy manual that was 200 and 300 pages long, where if you looked at the actual guidelines, you could break it down to 8 to 10 pages. But everybody seemed to want to have to put detail up on detail up on detail. And so I'm wondering, I'm not up in the administrative part, writing all the policies and, you know, even in Salvation Army, but is it not possible to look at the guidelines and requirements put down by the state and also the county and simplify? Why do you need to have 10 pages on how to do an intake when it can be put down into maybe 2 paragraphs? So that would be my challenge out there, having seen it done in other businesses, that it can be done in this as well.
You don't need to have one last thing. You're just getting started.
In addition to what I have said already, I think also that they need to get to the line people to ask them a question or two to find out how we think, what we think, because they don't.
But my experience has told me that we do what we need to do. And that doesn't mean I don't want to see change coming from Lansing, but we are effective change agents in ourselves. That I may see bureaucracy in front of me and around me, yet the person in front of me is who I'm welcoming. And I'm attempting to be as welcoming as I can be. When I spend my time frustrated with bureaucracy, I tend to lose my focus, which doesn't mean I'm not aware of what's going on around me. It just means I need to be as focused as Bill Valier can be so that I attempt to do what should be happening.
I agree with you, and I think that that's what we mostly do. I think that we attempt to provide the service to the person that is in front of us, but at the same time, we are restricted. Because we're restricted not just by what the state or the county does, we're restricted by what our agency, how they interpret what's coming from the state and the county and what have you. And I don't think they're always on the same page.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Could you do me a favor, guys? Can you say your name over again for me? Just say your name out loud again.
Hattie Miller Riley.
Hattie, okay.
And that is her real name.
Hattie. Okay. Hattie, and what's your name? Say your name.
My name?
Yeah.
Bill.
Bill. I'm sorry.
Bill and Paula.
Paula. Bill, meet Hattie. Hattie, meet Paula. Paula, meet Bill. Okay. I'm being a little bit funny here, but you guys are on the same ChangeAgent team. Okay, and it's probably time to move past calling each other the lady across the room. Okay, and I'm being, in all seriousness, the partnership starts here. Okay, and so thinking about, you're not nameless, faceless people to each other, you're actually your own group. And it's your connectedness that creates your power. So can we do something today? Can we make sure that when we're talking, everybody knows who we are and everybody pay attention to who's talking? And it becomes a name and a face and an issue. Okay? Good. That was a lecture, by the way.
So
There's a comment.
we have a hand? Yay, hand. For those of you who have comfortably figured out there are 4 or 5 people who are going to talk.
Katrina Brack, Wolverine Human Services. I'm actually part of Team 2, which was the team that was just speaking. And I tend to be the naysayer of the group. I'm the person that sees the broken windows and the obstacles. I do want to say, for everyone's sake, that our agency has done a lot of small things that have made huge changes. And that goes from, we have actually got welcoming in the culture. People know that when I'm talking about CCISC, they all roll their eyes, but at least they know what it is. And there are some small things that are happening. It was only a couple weeks ago that we had a big executive meeting, and our CEO stood there and said, I just want straight delinquents, just all this mental health and everything else, just that's not what we want. So it's a lot of resistance from that level. One of the things I'm finding helpful, a new sudden tool in my pocket, is we're coming up for COA accreditation. COA is one of the few that really has embraced in their standards the integrated practice. So now I have a tool, and I have a mechanism that I can say, but COA says, and so we're just going to be using that as a way to integrate wherever I possibly can these philosophies and frameworks. So if you have COA coming in, you can use that as a good motivator.
Michelle Thomas, Cheatham Gateway. I think one of the biggest obstacles for our organization has been to remember that this is a system transformation. I think at every meeting we sort of end on that note because we ask ourselves, okay, what is a change agent and why are we here? And so just remember to not to forget that you have to continually wrap your mind around the concept and then figure out subtle but lasting ways to get it through your organization.
That's beautiful. That was beautiful. Here's another gatewayer.
I have to stand up so that I can see your faces as I'm talking to folks. But sometimes when we get into that we-they kind of thing, I end up being one of those theys because I'm at Gateway, but I'm also participating at the state change agent level group, and also working with the county and our CIT group, but also doing some individual work with a lot of the individual change agents, you guys down there in the trenches. And so I know what it's like, because that's where I came from, okay? I was case manager for 8.5 years, so I know what that's like. But when we get into that whole thing, one of the things that I'm talking about, because again, I'm working at 3 different levels. I'm working with Gateway, our MCPN, trying to help them move through the system. But I continually tell people, what are you doing right where you sit? What is it that you can do right there? Because it's really difficult to say, oh, let's go change the state credentialing and the state licensing and the state funding and all those big things that are up there. And those are things that you as individuals are not going to impact individually, but collectively, you can do that. And that's one of the things, being involved at the state level group in what we're doing. Dr. Minkoff just popped up the statement up there. But there is a group of folks meeting at the state level, and believe me, they're struggling with a lot of the same things that we are struggling with here. And that is, how do you make that massive thing change and make it different? And so, I mean, all of those things that we're talking about, the interface between the CAs and the substance abuse and the mental health agency, I mean, how do we make that transition smooth? How do we address those duplications and those incongruities in the services and the licensing and credentialing and all those kinds of things? So one of the nice things about this state level change agent group is that everybody around the state is struggling with the same thing. It's not like we're isolated here in Detroit-Wayne County, but this is a great group of people to start helping to move that process along, and hopefully we can continue to do that. Because they're struggling at a state level, and how do you keep change agents inspired? How do you keep them moving? How do you keep them going? How do, when you get people laid off or people move to a different agency, how do you reintegrate change agents into your agency? Those are all things that everybody's struggling with. But those are the things that I think Dr. Klein was saying earlier is going to help us to move the system along if we're continuing to work with each other and network with each other to push that process and push the entire system along. So, but that's what we're trying to do.
So just hold it for, you know, you might as well hold it. I'm going to do some dot connecting again and take it up a notch. Paula said something very important about hope. Okay, she said, how do you feel hopeful with your clients or about anything when you're feeling hopeless inside? Okay? And one of the things about the importance of teamwork in this process is that there isn't any of us who doesn't have those moments when you feel hopeless. And part of the team is kind of helping everybody to feel like when I'm having my bad moment, I have my teammates there to kind of pick me up. And to remember that the process of change at any level is always involving ups and downs and continuing small steps of progress. Okay? And that's the reality of it. And one of the things that guarantees that it won't work is when you give up. Now, when you're sitting with clients, I think what Paula said is beautiful because, I mean, it is one of those grounding principles. Okay? One of the things that makes it hard for us to be with people as they are is the feeling that when we meet you and we feel how overwhelmed you are, we have to know how to fix you in order to feel like we can help you and be inspired. And the truth is that's not what we actually need to know. Okay, we actually have to be able to say to ourselves all the time, when we meet the client, we will not know how to fix you. There will not be the resources in our pocket to hand you and say, this is your quick ticket to a happy life. Our most important gift to anybody coming in the door in the face of all of their issues is not to fix everything. It's to be able to join with people and say, you may feel your situation is unbearable, your despair is overwhelming, but it isn't, because one thing I can give you is to be willing to sit with you and bear it with you so you're not alone. And even though you feel that there are so many things to fix and there's no easy answer and there's no way out, there are always ways out. But the windows of opportunity are small, the amount of work is great, and the steps are slow. So if we can begin in the partnership not trying to fix everything, but to fix anything, and not fix it perfectly, but to make a tiny bit of progress a day forward, and then look around and make the next bit of progress, and hang in there with each other whether things go up or down, that's the ticket of hope. And for those of you who have been through your own recovery process for whatever, you know that's how it works. And the fact that somebody tells you that you can do this a day at a time is the thing that drags you out of that pit of despair where you feel like you're 2 inches away from jumping off a bridge. Now, that's important because it's what we offer in the system change business. Okay? Change is about building those small steps of progress together. Okay? And we just talked about what some of them are. I was laughing about the COA issue. Okay? Remember you said COA came and said you have to do this co-occurring thing? Do you know why COA said that? You don't know the history of how that came to be. I did, but why did we talk to them? How did that happen? Well, the thing was, we were working in Miami, okay, 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, and we were working with a group of change agents just like this in Miami, and somebody said, hey, a bunch of us are being certified by COA, and they seem like they don't know much about this co-occurring capability stuff. And we said, okay, would you like us to talk to them? And say, yeah, they're actually trialing new standards. So we called them up. And the cool thing about COA is they're like Avis used to be. They try harder because they're not the Jayco Carve people. So we said, you know, a whole bunch of your customers are really wanting you to line up around co-occurring capability. Are you interested? And they said, yeah. And we went back and forth with them for 6 months, helping them to put stuff in their standards. And now they're taking it out. But where did it start? It didn't start with us. It started with some change agents in a whole other system, seeing an opportunity and planting a seed. And then you put one tiny little thing in place. And then the cool thing is, that little thing that gets planted is helpful for a program in Michigan several years later and thousands of miles away. Okay. Now, in the thing that's being developed, what Chris was talking about is what David was talking about. If we start thinking there's a we and a they, okay, I was kind of looking at, like Hattie was saying, people need to listen to the voice of the frontline people. They need to listen. Here they are. They're here. Okay? There's county folks. We can identify you, right? Hi. There are MCPN folks. Okay? Usually there are folks here from the coordinating agencies. Okay? They're in the game. And they get together in meetings. They have this thing called the core implementation team. And one of the big deals in this project has been having the Detroit-Wayne County, CMHA, the 2 MCPNs, and the 2 coordinating agencies actually meet together to become a team overseeing a common vision. And they're sitting around saying, we need to change things. What do we do? Okay. Now we have a team of change agents saying, we need a voice. And so one of the places this comes together, which we might want to discuss, is that just at this point in time, the core implementation team is saying we need to have change agents on our leadership team because we need the voice of change agents helping us to think about what to change. We also need CEOs on our leadership team because we all have to be in the same partnership, just like somebody was saying. You know, it's not us against anybody. We all have to be in the business of doing the change. And the thing that you said about if I spend all my time thinking about the stuff I can't change, I'm just going to get frustrated. So I have to focus on my own serenity prayer of change so I can make progress, which is very important. However, the reason for building the team is that all those people who are already seriously working on stuff have credibility by virtue of the fact that you're actually doing it. You're not coming to the table as whiners, okay? Okay, you're not just saying, well, you know, you people change and then I'll take this on. You're already taking it on, even though nothing else has changed. You're out there on the leading edge. And when the system says, okay, we know you're here. We know we need to listen to the voice of the frontline people. You guys are it. You are the frontline people. You're the voice. They're the people who want to listen. They're listening. The job is to create those little steps of progress that say we come together and we actually do the work together so we can create change. And when you come together, do you change everything? No. Can you change something? Yeah. You find a starting place and get busy, because part of it is not just the thing that you change. It's learning to be partners with each other. That's so critical. And this is the thing that inside this system, with all the hierarchy and all the pages of the way we work together, is by handing you the longest procedure manual and the biggest paperwork, and that's how we're going to get quality. It's backwards. We have to learn to work in a partnership more now than ever before. So part of the step here is to say, if the core implementation team says we want representative change agents to be on our leadership team, we want representative CEOs on our leadership team, okay? You guys ready to actually be at the table and start making change? Our job is to facilitate that process so that you don't have to keep reinventing the wheel, because we know how to write the language and make things simpler and figure that out. But we can't do it for you. We can help you do your own pieces of work. Now, what David was talking about is not only does this happen, you said we need the city, the county, the state, our leaders, okay? Inside this room, inside the halls of change agentry, we can have some ability to do that inside Detroit, Wayne. Okay, but what about the state? Well, this is what David is saying. There are almost every single system inside Michigan, it's going to pop up, has a change agent group just more or less like this. Not absolutely everyone, but almost all. And those change agent groups have leaders that come to the table and have been meeting with the state. And the state, as you've all heard, has put together something called an integrated treatment committee, okay, and comes up to the state, the integrated implementation, integrated treatment group or something like that, IITG. And but what people have been realizing is we have hundreds and hundreds of change agents, and they need a voice at the table. And the change agent leaders have been saying to themselves, we actually have to represent that frontline clinical voice in these state-level conversations. So what's happened over the last month is the change agent leaders themselves have decided to form themselves into a group, kind of the state version of you guys. And they're not just themselves, they represent all of you. And so they developed a mission statement. And then, right, you've been part of this, right, Paula? And David, and Lorraine, and Karen, and Katrina. Where's Katrina? There you are. And this is their mission. I'm going to read it. Okay, they actually approved this mission. Okay, the Michigan cadre of co-occurring change agent leaders is a self-governed body whose vision is to advocate, facilitate, and partner with others to create the continued transformation of co-occurring services which promote integrated treatment and recovery for all people. ChangeAgent leadership is a group which is organized to be a self-governing structure, representing, supporting, nurturing, inflaming, agitating change agents statewide. Okay? That's the mission. And amazingly enough, there were DCH folks sitting there from both mental health and substance saying, round of applause, guys. We need you to be doing this. This is helpful to us. Okay? So these guys are getting ready to inflame and agitate. Okay? So the question is, are you in this? Are you in the inflame and agitate business? Okay, and then they're actually talking about, and we're seeing more and more systems kind of broadening co-occurring to look at very complex issues in many domains, including developmental disabilities, but that's not part of the mission statement. Okay. Okay. So do you guys, before we break, do you want to say something, any of you who are on the core implementation team, about where you are in relationship to getting change agents involved in these conversations? And then we'll break and we'll shift gears a little bit and we'll come back around later. You want to? Okay.
Just as Dr. Minkoff said, we are definitely looking for, we are at a point now, I guess let me back up first. I want to say that systems change, and especially a system as large as Detroit Wayne, is a very large thing to undertake. And I think, just as many of you have commented, we need to start where we can in our own organizations, within ourselves. And I think that the they, being the county, the city, we have started within ourselves to try to look at what we can do to infuse these things into our system. But again, we are a system that came up separated in many ways, not working together in many ways, and just as was said, we are now sitting at the table. Everyone is trying to figure out how can we bring this into our system, be it the community mental health system, the coordinating agencies, and have it to not, well, to have just what makes sense for our system. I want to say what makes sense for each different system. So now going forward in terms of what the CIT has been doing, we have been, again, sitting collectively with representation from each of the systems, coordinating agencies, MCPNs, as well as Detroit Wayne, and we are now at a point where we really want to bring in change agents on that team so that we can get that voice as well as we continue to try to infuse this and move it throughout the system. So we did have a meeting back in August with the Change Agent Leader Group. The meeting got pretty long and our agenda was very long. We did not complete that meeting. We only got halfway through our agenda. So we do plan on, at this point, going back out. We felt the best way, because our system is so large, was to go through the change agent leader so then we could identify representation from each of the change agent groups that will be interested, or have them at least to make contact with you guys to see who was interested in being a part of our core implementation team. So you will be getting that communication fairly soon. So. Okay.
I don't need a microphone, I can talk from here. But just for some of the new folks in the room, what Lorraine referenced was those small groups. There has been over the last year small groups of change agents trying to meet together, trying to kind of get some momentum and small groups going so you can work out some of the issues and collaborate and talk through some of those things. So they may throw out a disclaimer, but just so you know, so you can connect with some of these folks, Hattie Miller Riley was group 1. Stacy Hirsch, and I didn't see Stacy here today, was group 2.
Jewish holiday.
Jewish holiday.
Okay. And then Cheryl Brewer was group 3. Chris Nixon was group 4. Tom Russell Weston and Pam Olke was group 5. And then Steve Gendon, Don Austin, Orrin Jenkins, they've all kind of taken turns in leadership with that group 6. But some of those groups have gotten a lot farther than other groups in terms of being organized and having some effort and energy going. But if you know those folks and you're not connected to a group, or you want to get connected to a group, see one of those folks or myself or somebody else from the CIT so we can help you get connected with that. Because that's just a part of what helps us to sustain our energy. And one other note, just in terms of the state level kinds of things, one of the conversations that we've had was in that group that's up there, how do you communicate with and connect with the people at a different level? And the small groups have had the same challenges. How do you connect with the people in your group? How do you keep that momentum going? How do you integrate new people into those groups? Those are issues that everybody is struggling with. So, the more that we can share with each other on that level and what's been successful or not successful, then I think better off we're going to be.
Excellent. Katrina.
Hello, my name is Katrina, and I'm a part of the core implementation team, also representing CareLink. And I'm unique in the sense that I'm actually housed at a provider agency as well. So that's a different perspective where I can see what's happening in the trenches, I can see what's happening on the provider level, and then with the CIT and with the state meetings. And I think that I'll just kind of ditto what David has said about how all the work is going on all different levels. And we're running across some of the same barriers. And also, in being able to work closer with Dr. Klein here recently, I had to even look at myself and make sure that I am coming with a positive perspective as well. So I'm really working on the individual change that you can do when working on whatever level that you're on and not being so worried about the big picture. And also adopting the fact of small progress, because small progress is better than no progress at all. And as you always say, do a round of applause for any step that you're going towards implementing co-occurring disorders. Also, not being so stressed out about credentials, but just making sure that whatever level you work on or whatever credentials you currently have, that you're able to welcome that client. Because what I've noticed by working on all different levels is sometimes we lose sight of the actual client because we're so worried about administrative concerns that we lose sight of the client. So that's all I have to contribute.
Katrina and I have been doing mobile work together. Katrina's been driving me all over Detroit. So, all right.
Okay, so
Okay, you guys need a little break? Want a little break? Let's take a little break.
When we come back together, we're going to shift gears and do some fun clinical thing. And then later, we're going to wrap back around into following this conversation up. I know, it's a very cool summer here, isn't it? All right, guys, we're going to start up. And we have an exercise which we'll do after Chris is going to talk about something else.
I think she needed everybody.
Well, they're not going to come back until we start, so.
Yeah, but.
How are you? Hey, I saw your mailbox.
Just start talking, they'll drift in.
I have to say requires everybody.
Well, that's true for everything. So start with something that doesn't require anything and wait till they drift in.
It's not like I've got something in my head.
We'll talk about the unconvention or something. And then.
So you guys ready? So let's do some, I just wanted to catch you guys up on some things, a little lightweight stuff here, fun stuff. Ken and I are thinking very conscientiously about how to get change agents connected. This is like one of our main things we do for fun, is we think about how to get everybody kind of joined together. And I have just started an adventure. We'll see if it's going to lift off. I've started using Facebook now as a platform because it's fun and cool. I really like it. He's waiting to see what happens to me. So, so on Facebook, how many of you actually use Facebook? Yay! Okay, cool. So here's an invitation. Please friend me if you would. Okay, it's under Chris Klein, ChrisCline. If you go on there, by the way, the picture that I have on is a wedding picture. Woo-hoo. Okay, so go find me, friend me. I'll friend you back. We've started on Facebook, there's a group called the ChangeAgent Connection. It's a group on my face page. I think you can get to it through my face page. And the ChangeAgent Connection, it's a discussion group. And I'm trying to like seed little topics that people have a place to kind of be talking to each other about different topics. But it's an open group at this point, meaning that you can join at any time and invite others to join. At some point, I'm going to make it a semi-closed group where the only people who will be in it will be bona fide change agents, because I don't want it to turn into the generic kind of just crap group. Sorry. So for right now, I'm just trying to load it up with people. So come to it. There's people on there now from Missouri, South Dakota, California, and Iowa. Okay, just a handful of us, but we're getting going. So come join, come talk. This is connected to our adventures with the unconvention that we've been talking about. So I wanted to catch you guys up on that, because even though I know there may only be just a couple of you might be coming from Detroit, Wayne, there's hundreds of people coming from across the country, Canada and Australia, tapped in virtually from Australia. And you guys will be able to take advantage of whatever happens there, even if you aren't going to make it. So I want you to know about what's going on. So pay no attention to that man. Okay? So what's going on with the unconvention is that October 14, 15, and 16 is a meeting of the minds of change agents from all over the country, Canada, and from Australia. And there are people who will be meeting for 3 days to talk about all things change agent related. And some of these folks have been change agents for quite some time. Some of them are new. Some of the projects are old. Some of the projects are new. The entire conversation that will be had is designed by change agents to be about the kinds of issues that people are trying to figure out. And the entire 2 and 3 days will be spent in conversation. There's no lectures. There's no presentations. It's change agents talking to change agents. These conversations are populated by people that we call special guests. And the special guest job is to come and sit and have a conversation with their change agent group. And the special guests are very cool people, like Wesley Clark from CSAT, like Charles Curry, the former director of SAMHSA, like Linda Rosenberg, who is the executive director of the National Council of Community Behavioral Health, which is the national provider organization. There are also people who are very hands-on in terms of folks like Mark Reagans from The Village in Los Angeles, David Millie, who is the ASAM PPC 2R guru. There are people who are coming not to do what they usually do, which is to sort of lecture at folks or train people, but to sit in conversation so that they can do exactly what you're saying, to listen to the front line and to help the front line and to take from what the front line says. Now, to show you the investment of the universe in this, which I think is still staggeringly amazing, is that every one of these special guests, and there are 28 of them. Okay, this is a lot of people. Every one of these special guests are funding their own way, and none of them is receiving an honorarium to come, which is like practically unheard of. This just does not happen in the circuit of people who do this. The reason they're doing it is exactly, Hattie, the reason that you're bringing up is that people are feeling like they need to be better in touch with what's actually going on. And so all of these people who are coming as special guests have reach, so to speak. They sit in pretty significant capacity to reach others. Lots of policy making and lots of people who go around the country sort of conveying messages. And they want to hear from the change agents. They want to learn from the change agents. They want to be a part of the movement, okay, which is very, very powerful when you think about it. So Paul, when you're thinking, how do you feel hopeless? One of the things is to open the purview of what you're looking at. Okay, so it's very cool stuff. 14th, 15th, and 16th. Out of that, it's going to be in San Diego, California. Yes, it's very nice. It's very nice in October in San Diego. The registration is still up on the website, ziapartners.com.
ziapartners.com. CIA Partners, all one word, .com.
Okay. Now, just to throw further enticement in front of you, in case you might be in the reconsidering mode, the vast majority of the conversations, don't tell anybody, are going to be taking place on boats. It's a flotilla.
We have, each time period there are like 12 to 13 breakout groups, and some of the breakout groups occur in rooms, like in a hotel, breakout room. But at least six meetings each session will be occurring on these big boats that they have sitting out in the bay.
Actually 12.
12, two boats.
They're bay cruisers is what they are. They're what the hotel uses, the little river boats to cruise people around. So we're going to have revolving sessions, and most of the folks will be having their conversations floating around on a boat, which is, actually it's not floating, it's harbored, but they'll be on the boat talking to each other. Now, the thing that we're doing with this unconvention, and you guys may want to think about this for your local selves. This is, the way we look at this is anywhere you can, when you have the capability, when you have the capacity to bring each other together in ways that are fun and rewarding, engaging and exciting, inspiring, do it. Do it, particularly in times like these. And so we look at this thing, and Ken and I and the planning committee, who's a group of folks of change agents in San Diego, and a group of people who have connected from across the country, have gone to town with ourselves, thinking about how to make this thing as fun as possibly can be made, okay, and still be legal, right? And we're getting pretty darn close to it. So you guys might want to think, how to, take lessons learned from something like this. And you've been around for a while now. You've been around for a couple of years as a change team, maybe not individually, but collectively. It'd be a good time to step back and celebrate something, okay? And a lot of folks say, well, how can you celebrate in the midst of all the chaos that's going on? It's like, what better time? What better time? Okay, so the materials from the change agent, from the unconvention, everybody's sending in, it's change agentry in the raw. Everybody's sending in raw materials, things you've developed inside your program, welcoming statements you've created, stories of things that have been successful, paperwork that you've modified that you think makes sense now. All this stuff, people from all over the country are bucketing up their stuff and sending it in. It's all going untouched, uncensored, unadapted onto a CD and going to be made available to the rest of anybody who cares. Okay, and so if you're looking for, where can I get some ideas, it's going to be a bucket of ideas. Some of them are fantastic. Some of them I wouldn't pay a nickel for. Okay, but that's your call. Okay, if you guys have stuff that you want to share with the world, send it to me.
Email to Chris.
Email it to me. I'll put it in the Detroit Wayne County bucket on the CD, and your stuff will go out. Okay, so it's a very cool thing. So there we go. Enough promotion.
Okay.
You got your email address?
Yes, my email address, CAC, Christy Ann Klein, at swcp.com.
And if you have a ChangeAgent curriculum manual, which all new people, by the way, should talk to Karen to make sure you get, all that contact information is right on the front.
Okay, so who right now can think they can friend me on Facebook? I want some friends. Okay?
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Please do that. Okay. I'll get back to you.
She's been friending all my kids. It's
I've
like
got
scary.
so.
Then last night she's saying, look what your daughter wrote on her face page. I don't want to see what my daughter wrote on her face page. Okay? Too much information. I don't care. So anyway, stages of change exercise. Now here's the deal, okay? Yes, you didn't get one, right? Okay. There are probably some extras floating around. What happened was I was copying these last night at the hotel, and the copy machine ran out of paper. So I did the best I could. And we may be getting a few more, right, from the place. But you can share. It's all right. All right. Now, the first task is that we have to form up into treatment teams of approximately 6 each. And it's okay if you're in a treatment team with people you don't know. Okay, so that's a good thing. And so what we're going to do is just kind of look at yourselves and say, let's form up into a treatment team. We've asked the administrator people not to be all clumped together with each other, but to go and join in with clinicians who are being in a treatment team. So can you look around now? And
so our thought was, since each of the tabletops holds 6, just show up at a tabletop, and that'll be your group of 6.
Okay, in other words, this is 2 tabletops. See, there are 2 tables, 6, so you just say, all right, I'm going this way, I'm going that way, pull yourselves a little bit apart.
Okay.
So you can talk to each other. Just kind of pull yourselves into groups of approximately 6, and then we will give you your next instruction. If you want to move around, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to stay seated. Okay? Any group feeling like you have too few people or too many people? Okay, where's Lorraine? Okay, there you are. Okay, yay. All right. Now, what this exercise is about is you're a treatment team. And the goal is to kind of practice something that we've been talking about for, times and times. We've been walking through the sequence of clinical practice. And just historically, we start with welcoming. We start with screening and basic diagnostic criteria. We do the integrated longitudinal strength-based assessment interview. Then we do some stuff on treatment planning. Then we do some, on stage-matched treatment planning. And we practiced the ILSA last time with Alice Delight. What we're going to do this time, this is an exercise to get people a little bit more deeply into stage-matched interventions. And the situation is that we have a made-up case, a made-up person, who many of you might recognize anyway. And I'm going to read you the story. It's on the first page. And after we read the story, as a treatment team, you have to work as a team with each other. You have to fill in the blanks on the next 2 pages. Now, the first page says, it lists issues on the left-hand side. We made it easier for you. And then you have to identify the stage of change this person is in for each of the issues. Okay? The second page says stage-matched interventions. And on one of the handouts, by the way, it didn't copyright, so it stapled the first and the last page together, and then it left the other one out. So some of you may have these a little bit looser. After that, as a treatment team, you guys have to figure out, based on the stage of change you figured out, what would be the stage-matched intervention you're doing at this moment in time. And your task is to be as concrete as you possibly can be as a treatment team. Okay? No, so in other words, you can't say motivational interviewing. Okay? That's no good. Or you can't say go to group. Like, it's what is it that you're actually going to work with the person on doing as concretely as possible that's stage matched. Yeah, for those of you that are missing the middle page, there are extra middle pages. They were in the packet. They may have gotten lost somewhere. So it looks like this. This is stage matched, and here's the middle page. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have any extra copies, so if it's okay to share. Okay, it's okay to share. Okay. All right, ready? Ready, treatment teams? Here's your person. Anne Marie is a 50-year-old woman who describes herself as a survivor. She worked for years as a nurse, but is now on disability, and she is struggling to figure out how to have a happy life of any kind, which she describes as feeling like I have something to give and that I'm not feeling like a failure all the time. Anne Marie has been working hard to make progress in the face of multiple challenges: alcohol dependence, major depression, post-traumatic stress disorder based on a long history of childhood and adult trauma, chronic pain and physical disability, and diabetes. She lives alone and has a boyfriend who does not treat her well. She is estranged from her adult children. Nonetheless, she has made a relationship with her treatment team, and you guys are her treatment team, her community treatment team, and has been taking medication for major depression mostly consistently, reporting that it seems to help, but does not take away all of her pain. She has a long history of traumatic relationships and knows this has affected her and affects her in the present, but she is reluctant to think of herself as a victim and is not sure that, quote, working on trauma is something she really needs to do. With regard to her medical issues, she uses OxyContin for her chronic pain and occasionally overuses her prescription. However, she does not want to discuss this at all, saying, that's medical and my pain is real. You don't understand. Don't bug me about it. Her diabetes has been very well managed over the past several months, and although in the past she tended to go off her diet when under stress, she is now sticking to her diet very consistently. She knows she is alcoholic and has gone, quote, into treatment, unquote, several times because she believes she, quote, should, unquote, be able to, quote, get sober. Her last period of sobriety has lasted 3 weeks, during which time she did attend about 3 AA meetings. She reports that she has trouble understanding the point of going to meetings, except that she feels that so many people there are worse off than she is, and that she feels she should try to help them out. Her most recent period of sobriety ended about 3 days ago, when she had a very bad fight with her boyfriend, felt horribly depressed and bad about herself. She stopped her meds that day, got drunk, then felt horribly ashamed and suicidal. She was admitted to an inpatient unit for safety for 2 days. Reports she is no longer suicidal, but she is not sure what she can do about her drinking. She definitely does not want to go, quote, back to treatment, meaning going into an addiction treatment program, saying, quote, I've heard it all before, unquote. She does agree that maybe she should try to learn different approaches to dealing with her boyfriend and isn't sure where to begin. She is adamant, though, that she loves him and does not want to end the relationship. As she is being discharged today, she is meeting with her treatment team, that's you guys, who are needing to develop a welcoming, recovery-oriented, stage-matched plan for helping her figure out what to do next to be successful. That's your job in this exercise. Okay? Now, I'm going to give you reminder training. When somebody says, what stage of change is a client in, the correct answer is always? Hey, look at that. That's good, okay? And in order to figure out stages of change, we make it simple. Up here are these little sentence prompts we use. In relationship to my happy life goal for each problem or issue, which sentence best fits my position on the issue? Pre-contemplation. You may think it's an issue, but I don't. And even if I do, I don't want to do anything about it, so don't bug me. Contemplation. I'm willing to discuss it, think about it, and consider whether to change, but I have no interest in changing, at least not now. Preparation. I'm ready to start changing, but I haven't started, need some help to begin. Early action. I've already begun to make changes and need some help to continue, but I'm not committed to maintenance. Late action. I'm working toward maintenance, but haven't gotten there and need some help to get there. Maintenance. I'm stable, and I'm trying to stay that way as life throws challenges at me. Now, so these will be up here, okay, for you to reference. Now, each stage has a job that helps to inform the stage-matched interventions. So if somebody is in pre-contemplation, then you're thinking, how do we help them move from don't bug me to I'm willing to talk about it? If they're in contemplation, the job is thinking about it and helping them consider whether to change and deciding whether or not they're going to take a first step. If they're in preparation, it's helping them to identify a baby step to begin. If they're in early action, it's helping them to do the work of taking the next little steps to make progress. Late action is helping them figure out how to do the things they need to do more consistently. And maintenance is helping them to continue to do good things in the face of continuing stresses and challenges and improving their ability to stay stable. Hi.
It's changed a little bit. There's early action and late action now. Where would relapse fall in?
We don't use relapse in the list as a stage of change. I mean, because it feels a little bit like relapse is like you just did that. Okay, so where are you right now? All right? So as an example, it's a good question. If you can relapse and now you're, like, let's say you've been trying to be sober for a while and then you slipped and you're committed to your sobriety and you're working really hard to it, but you slipped, so now you're in late action. Okay? You can be like, I think I'll try to stop using for a little while. And then you slip, and you could call it a relapse, but you're still in early action. You could still be using all the time, in which case you're not relapsing. You're in one of the earlier stages. Okay, so that helped. Good. Okay. Now, I'll give you one more hint. Okay. In the list of issues, and where it says issue stage of change, okay, we did use each of these 6 stages. Okay, so it's like one of those little puzzles. Okay, when in doubt, you have to see that they're all there. And you'll notice that there are 8 issues and only 6 stages of change. Here's a clue. That means some of the stages probably need to be used more than once. Okay? Now, your job as a team is to try to come to consensus on what you think, so you have to talk to each other. And so that's why if you're missing a form, it's okay. So get going. Oh, by the way, we're going to take this, we're going to talk as much as you need to until we get to lunch. And, we'll see how far you get. And then we'll come back after lunch and we'll keep talking about it. We'll kind of bring everybody together and walk through the process. Just so that we don't forget, you have to make sure to remind us, we have updated our toolkit. So there's a newer version of the Compass called the Compass EZ, which is now available for you guys to use. We're going to go over it later on after we finish doing this process. And there's a CodeCat EZ as well, for those of you that are in the CodeCat doing business. That is not quite finished, but very, very, very close. And we can kind of spend some time sharing with you guys what we've done with these tools so you can take them and use them. And those will also be available through through the county. I think we'll figure out a plan for sending them out to everybody in due course. But these guys already have them electronically and can send them out. All right, now we're going to go through talking about Anne Marie. Okay, don't worry that you didn't finish your whole treatment plan. Okay, if you didn't finish, it's okay. You can make it up as you go. Okay, you know, we're going to just take some time and use this to do as much learning as possible. So one of the things before we get into that, you know, as Hattie pointed out, before we get into the details of the case, one of the things about this exercise is it's something that you guys as change agents can take with you to use with your own staff. And it's designed, you know, partly to give you some tools to help people get engaged in the learning process in the same way. And we're saying this, you know, in the sense that there's learning to be had. You know, there isn't full inter-rater reliability ever on these answers. So it's about kind of creating the discussion. In addition, you can all make up your own stories to put here. You can, you know, use real people or use poetic license with real people from your own organizations and write up a story just like we did with Anne Marie and get everybody involved in the same way. And you can make it easier or you can make it harder depending on how you feel, you know, what people feel. You can also do this for kids and families. So you can have a case where there's a child who has a set of stages of change for a set of issues and their parents or guardians are in a different stage of change. And you can kind of work with that as well. So there's all kinds of ways of using this to have some fun.
Okay. So what we like to do is just illustrate something by just we're going to run the list and just hold your hand up when you get to the one that you answered as a group. So let's start with the first issue. And we're just going to go through each of the issues, and I'm going to ask you what stage of change you picked, okay? So, but everybody watch the room, because it's kind of interesting, okay? So first issue, feeling proud and successful, okay? Now, look on your pages, okay? Everybody remember what you answered. Okay, how many said pre-contemplative? How many said contemplative?
Wait, you said pre-contemplative?
Pre-contemplative.
For proud and successful. Okay.
Contemplative.
2, 3, wait, you're two different groups, right? Yeah, two groups.
Okay. Just watch the hands, okay? Preparation. Okay. Early action. Late action. Maintenance. Okay.
Did anybody not vote?
Okay. So here's the thing, okay? Now, think how important this is. Okay, how much time has everybody been spending thinking through, talking about using stages of change? Lots and lots and lots. How smart are you guys? Absolutely brilliant, right? And we still have a range of everything from pre-contemplation to maintenance. How hard is it for people to actually use what it is that they're learning? It's really, really hard. Okay, really, really hard. Okay, next one, alcohol dependence. Pre-contemplation? We're going to come back. We're going to come back. Just watch the room.
We want you to tolerate ambiguity for a little while longer.
Sit in your juices. Sit in your juices. Okay, alcohol dependence. Pre-contemplation? Contemplation.
Why is this not? Why is this doing that?
Preparation?
Huh?
Oh, it's got the lens cap on.
Oh, the lens cap. That'll do it.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't even.
Okay. So for alcohol dependence, preparation.
Wait a minute. Pre-contemplation?
I did those already.
Okay, I didn't see.
Preparation. Early action. Late action. Maintenance. Okay, we're tighter on that one. It's good. Okay. Major depression. Pre-contemplation? Contemplation? Preparation? Early action? Late action? Maintenance? Nobody for maintenance. Okay, we're tighter on that one. Good. PTSD and trauma? Pre-contemplation? Contemplation? Preparation?
I think we got everybody voted already. I think that covered all the groups. Oh, I'm sorry.
Honeymoon is over.
I know, I just felt it. It just ended right this moment. Like, wow.
Oh, I'm going to turn to drink.
Okay, so OxyContin use, pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation. Got everybody covered? Anybody have anything else? No? Okay. Chronic pain, pre-contemplation. Okay, you guys hang on right there. Contemplation, preparation, early action, late action, maintenance. Okay, big spread on the chronic pain issue. Relationship with a boyfriend, pre-contemplation. Couple hands back there. Contemplation. Preparation. Okay. Early action, late action, maintenance. Okay. Diabetes, maintenance.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let's take the ones where we have some range of variability here, and let's kind of think through some of these. Okay, let's take the chronic pain. That seems to be the one that most groups, when we do this, have this huge, big divide. Okay, so who said preparation for the chronic pain? Anybody say preparation for chronic pain? Anybody say contemplation for chronic pain? Anybody say pre-contemplation for chronic pain? You guys did? You guys, okay, you guys did. Who said early action or late action? Okay. Who said late action? Late action. Okay. Okay. What's that? Jorge's got.
Well, you said early and late.
Early and late. Yeah, I just want to see where the early laters were. Okay. So why don't you guys represent the early end of the motivational spectrum? Okay. And how about you guys represent the down the road end of the motivational spectrum? Okay. So talk about why you picked what you picked. Go ahead. Start us out. Here you go.
Well, actually, we picked pre-contemplation because if you read right here, let's see. She said that's PTSD and trauma?
No, chronic pain.
Chronic pain.
Chronic pain? Oh, okay. With regard to her medical issues, she uses OxyContin for her chronic pain and occasionally overuses her prescription. However, she does not want to discuss this at all, saying that her pain is real and you don't understand. She's already told you she doesn't want to talk about it, okay. So she's in pre-contemplation.
Okay. Okay, so she doesn't want to talk about overusing her OxyContin for chronic pain. Okay. You want to augment or supplement or?
Basically, we decided for the same reasons. And she also says, don't bug me. She's aware, but she doesn't think it's an issue because she takes her medication most of the time. It's not an issue for her.
Okay. All right. Yep.
And just the reason why we didn't put that into the the oxycodone abuse is because it's a mind frame of thinking of what she needs for the pain. So that's where, I mean, they can intertwine, but it's primarily doesn't believe it's a problem. And that
Don,
this is
I don't think people are hearing what you're saying. Just your first time that's ever happened.
Don said they were trying to stay in the framework of just dealing with the chronic pain and not intertwining the oxycodone issue, to look at just the chronic pain. Okay. You guys were gonna, okay. Now on the other end of the spectrum. Oh.
Yeah, I would have picked something different if I would have known you were putting me on stage. But
Go
anyways,
ahead.
we divided them apart too into the actual substance and the pain. So based on the pain, she felt like she had it under control with the medication, so that it wasn't a problem for her. So that, you know, she was had maintenance, well, almost a maintenance. She did just over abuse it or took a little too much, overused her prescription occasionally. So most of the time it was managed and she used it as prescribed, and that's why we put it under late action.
Okay.
But we also said that she needed education for the to understand the neurological between the oxycontin and her pain.
Okay, so hang on to that one, and we'll get into the interventions, but hang on to that one.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. Who else was late action for the chronic pain issue? You guys? Okay, here we go. No? Okay, never mind. Okay. Who else? Who else? Were you guys late action? Yeah, okay, okay. Somebody represent.
I just raised my hand. I didn't
Okay, okay.
We had a difficult time between the OxyContin use and the chronic pain. I mean, they sort of threw us off because we kept running back to one and then the other. And I'm specifically, why did we say late action? Did anyone write it down?
No, I had stepped out.
Oh, okay, Oh yeah, the real reason we first initially had contemplation, and then our good lady came over here and said, we'd like to point something out to you. So we knew we sort of might have had a wrong answer, and then we started looking at it again, and we saw her as working toward maintenance, I think is what we eventually said, which led us then to change from contemplation to late action.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
Another aspect we looked at was that with chronic pain, the only solution that she had was the medication. And I think that, of course, when we get into it, we want to talk about tolerance and stuff, and that seemed like her only thing that she would stick to. So therefore, dealing with chronic pain is dealing with a lot of alternative other issues that need to be addressed, other than, well, I have this medication, it works for me. Because obviously when she stopped taking it, she then went into alcohol. Mm-hmm. So she would substitute to another drug.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
My question is, because we as a group, with all different levels of how we interact with the client, have different views of where the client needs to be, and we all thought about it before we made our decision, how important is it to make sure that you have the right stage, and how do you make sure you get the correct answer?
So here's why we start with this one, because in the framework of Anne-Marie, this is actually quite critical. Okay, so, and it's obviously hard. And the starting place for figuring it out really is just to think out loud with each other and just sort of hammer it out and go back and forth and think it out loud. So in the spirit of that, let me just carry on a little bit with what you asked. Think of Anne-Marie. Okay, just have her in your head. Okay, remember who she is. Okay, she's a nurse. Okay, she's in a life that is just completely, overwhelmingly difficult to bear. Lots and lots of things going on. And what is she wanting from her life? What does she say? She wants to feel proud and successful and like she can make a contribution. She wants to regain herself, basically, right? And here she is. She's sitting in front of us after just having been hospitalized for 2 days in the middle of this relationship, all this mess going on, right? And what is the one thing she's saying, please don't screw this up for me? Which issue is it she's saying, please don't mess this up? It's kind of on track. The pain. Okay? She's saying, of all the things that I'm here sitting in front of you talking about, the one I'm most worried you're going to really mess me up around is my pain. Okay? Why would she say something like that? Why would she be feeling that way?
Because the statement that I found interesting, because she says is that that's medical, my pain is real. So it's like implying that for some reason they don't think the pain is a reality.
Right.
She's wondering where the psychological component entwines with the medical.
Right. And she's, in some regards, she's thinking about us as well. Like, are we going to actually realize that her pain is real? Or are we just going to proceed like her pain is not real? Okay. And what she's telling us fairly clearly is, hey, that's for my pain is real. Right? Okay. Now think about what she has to do every day when she wakes up. She has to do a lot of different things. What does she have to do in terms of her pain? She has to figure out how to manage it every single day. Probably even through the night, every day and every night and every day and every night and every day and every night and every day and every night. So how hard is she working on this? Probably just about as hard as she can. Why? Because it's always there and it's always real. Okay? Is this something she's just started? No, she's been doing this for a long time and it's grinding on her, right? Okay. She's not sure we will appreciate this. Okay. Now, how much does it take somebody who has chronic pain over a long period of time to grind away and grind away and grind away to try to figure out a way to manage it day in and day out and day in and day out on when everything else is in place? Is that a lot of work or a little work? It's a lot of work. How much work does it take when your boyfriend is being a jerk, when you've got alcoholism, when you have a history of trauma and you're in a traumatizing relationship? How much work does that take? A lot more, right? Okay, so when you think about her, what she's trying to do, what she's doing with this issue, is a miracle. She's a miracle. Okay, now why is it important for us to recognize this? Because she's thinking that we might be thinking she's a failure. Okay, and what does she ask? What is she fundamentally asking from us? Help me feel proud. Help me feel successful. Help me be able to contribute again. Help me find myself. Okay, now right there in that struggle of day in, day out, grinding away in the midst of this life, she's doing something important. Okay, that's a place where we can actually join her. Okay, right there in the midst of success. Okay, is it everything she will ever need to know to manage her pain the best possible way? No. Is it a full set of strategies? No. Is she absolutely elegantly beautiful about applying them all in every situation? No. Is there more to learn? Yes. Okay. Is she willing to work on it fundamentally to make her pain better? Yeah. Okay.
So one of the things, I mean, I thought, you know, Katrina, when you asked your question about we all start with different ideas about what she needs to do and how do we get to the right answer, right? And how to, you know. So one of the points of, there's two fundamental overarching points to this. One of them is one of the things that gets in the way of being able to do this well is when you have in your mind an idea of what you want the person to do. because then their stage of change is about whether or not they agree with you, as opposed to their stage of change is about exactly where they are in the moment. Okay? So, and everything that you wind up positioning yourself, so you're thinking your job is to be struggling with people because you're supposed to get them to see, or you have a pre-existing framework about what's really going on as opposed to what's actually happening for them, gets in the way. And it's hard. I mean, it's literally hard for us to get out of our own framework to be able to join people in the way that Chris was just describing. The second thing about this exercise is to remind folks what the process of change is about. Because, you know, in the way we're organized to do clinical work, we're always trying to move people into perfection in a hurry. You know, the minute you start changing, you said you wanted to get sober, well, 90 meetings in 90 days, give up all your, you know, your using friends, sign yourself into residential treatment, go to a halfway house, throw all the alcohol out. By the way, the OxyContin's part of your problem, toss that out as well. We know you're substituting booze for OxyContin. We just know this, because we're experts, you know? And if you don't want to do all of those things, what are you? Pre-contemplative. You know, and when I say that to you, you tell me to go screw. That proves it, okay? Because we just managed to push you backwards. So what is it? Initially, we have real people trying to figure out how to have happy lives. And for some of the things they're dealing with, they feel so worried that we're going to attack them instead of help them, that the thing they know to do is to try to get rid of us. Okay? Now we have to legitimize that. You know, instead of thinking we're a really nice and helpful and wonderful person, any fool can see that all they have to do is open up to us and everything is going to be fine. If you're honest with yourself, there are so many ways that people will have correctly learned that opening up to treatment people could be a bad idea. And just because you know in your heart that you're very nice doesn't mean they have any way of knowing that unless you prove it to them. Once people are thinking about changing, okay, that can go on for a long time. That can go on for a long time in terms of people going back and forth about all the balance of whether or not, you know, in my current equilibrium it makes sense. Once they start, the starting is to make one small step. Once they begin, part of what this means, I'm not committed to maintenance. You know, it may be a better way of saying it is I'm not committed to doing everything you people think I should be doing in order to get where, you know, I'm trying to go. Another way that we say it is one of the characteristics of these earlier stages is that people are pretty clueless. They don't know everything they need to know to be successful. And the way that people learn it is through an ongoing process of trial and error, just like most of us do. So it's honestly reflecting those pieces of inch. Once people have gotten to the point they're actually working toward this, they still don't know everything they need to know. Once people get stable, they still don't know everything they need to know. There's a constant process of learning. And if we're trying to meet people and they're here and we're acting like they're there because they don't want to do everything we think they should do, then we're actually going to engage in struggles that are mismatched and create more work for them and for ourselves.
So like on this issue, on the chronic pain issue, if you were to use this sentence for contemplation, she would sound like something like this. I'll talk to you about my pain, and I'll kind of think about what my pain is, but I'm going to sit in my pain for a while to figure out if I really want to do anything with it. Okay, and that doesn't really sound like her, right? Okay. If you come down here and you say, you know, I'm trying to get my pain as best as it can possibly be for me to manage. I'd like for it to go away, but I would like it to be manageable in my life. I'm not there yet. And what I'm trying is not absolutely I know it's not the be-all and end-all perfect, so I could use a little bit more help. Okay, she sounds a little bit more like that. Okay, the only way you can figure this out is if you completely segregate the chronic pain issue from the OxyContin issue. Okay. Now, going back to Katrina's, point, why is it important to do that? Okay. Now, here's an interesting thing to think about. Okay. In the context of her using OxyContin and the other issue of OxyContin, where is she? She's in a much earlier stage of pain. Now think about the artistic stage of pain, stage of change. Much earlier stage of pain. So think about the potential to do this one thing. How to use something that she's further down the path in to leverage movement in another area. So let me tell you what I'm talking about. So she's here trying to figure out how to manage her pain, right? And she's in a conversation with us that's very success-oriented, very about the skill that she has. So how do you successfully manage your pain? I take this much when my pain is worse, I ramp it up. I run out a little bit early, then I suffer through my pain a little bit till I get another prescription, and I save it for later because I know there are times when and I ramp it back up. So she's got a set of strategies. If we're meeting her here, she's going to be talking to us about these strategies. What is she talking to us about? She's talking to us about her use patterns of OxyContin. Okay, the very thing that she says, I don't actually want to talk to you about. Okay, so we've leveraged her own self here, her positioning, to help her be in conversation about her OxyContin use. Okay, this is when you take an integrated approach to things. You see, it gets a little bit easier to figure out how to help people who are more in the early stages of change around different issues. Okay? So it doesn't take very long to see how that might then start to
before we get into the interventions, let's talk about the other stages.
That might feather in then to a conversation about her alcohol use. Okay, which might then feather into a conversation about her domestic violence issues. See how it kind of weaves itself together? Okay. So
here was another one where there was a lot of scatter, and you wanted to know the right answer on feeling proud and successful. So can we talk a little bit about how people came to their different conclusions about feeling proud and successful? Go ahead.
I have a quick question. Friday was at motivational interviewing class or whatever, and one of the things, an example they used, I heard used in the past, is there were two different experiments, but teachers were told that this group are exceptionally smart, this group are exceptionally dumb. The ones that were really smart were really the dumb ones, but they did better than the other class did. And I was thinking of that relative to when we asked what's the right answer. As a team here, if we said early action, I'm feeling proud and successful, even if somebody else may say it's late action or it's pre-contemplative, I would think that there isn't always a right and a wrong answer.
Exactly.
Right.
That's why, thank you. That's why we're I mean, because, the thing you're raising is always an issue for us. Because the fact that you're engaged in the conversation is, for us, an indication of a big round of applause, and that's kind of what we want to encourage. And the minute that folks kind of fall into the teacher's going to tell us the right answer, there's an attachment to that kind of reinforces kind of passivity. Like, Minkoff and Klein will tell us the right answer. On the other hand, we want people to think it through enough to know how we're thinking about it so that it's a learning process. So it's actually a delicate balance, and it's a delicate balance when we're working with our clients as well. So, if you are too quick to tell the client the right answer, you may reinforce the fact that they may feel like they become passive in the process, and you actually don't want that. You want them to be engaged with you as a learning partner always. Right? And I think that's part of what you're saying. So back to how did people, in the spirit of this, how did people think about the stage of change for proud and successful? We had just about everything covered. So pick one.
I would say early action.
Okay. How'd you get that?
Because that's her reason for entering treatment. That's one of her long-term goals.
Right.
She's relatively new. It was also her feeling.
Go ahead, Gail.
Her feeling shamed and that she wasn't meeting the goal was part of the trigger of her recent relapse that landed her in the hospital. So we put her at early action. She really wants to get there. She's working hard to get there, but she's not quite committed to maintenance. She feels like she has something to give, but and that she's not feeling like a failure all the time. Those are her long-term goals. But she's working there, but she's early in the process.
Okay. Another group, different change, different stage.
Yeah, the feeling proud and successful.
Okay. Explain. Okay, there's 6 of you. Someone has to remember.
Donald's got, yeah.
Okay. Well, we chose preparation, I think, basically for the same reasons, that she recognizes that there's something that needs to be done, but she doesn't really know what to do, and then she's coming and, looking for that. She's looking for some help. She doesn't really know what she needs at this point, but here she is. So.
Okay. So your framework for her was thinking that she's saying that she wants to move in that direction, but what she really needs help with is to begin. Yeah.
And we tied in the diabetes maintenance with feeling good about herself and being successful.
I know you did, which would seem to argue you toward a more action phase, because you would have said, oh, when the diabetes, she was already doing something that was making her feel proud. But anyway, we had that conversation. That was good. Good point. Okay. Who else? Somebody at pre-contemplation?
Well,
contemplation?
we had contemplation.
Yeah, maintenance.
Okay.
Right.
I don't know why. Contemplated for a little bit.
I don't know why we had contemplation, but interesting. Can I get any help? Well, part of it is that she wants success, but she doesn't feel successful yet.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to talk about it, but she really doesn't know whether to change or not.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's all we know.
Okay. Good. Somebody had pre-contemplation?
There was a maintenance right here.
Maintenance. Okay, maintenance. Darryl? Here you go, sir.
I guess the issue was feeling proud and successful. So throughout the material that we read, she had mentioned that she was a survivor. We were going to take that into account. And I guess the fact that she's working, maintaining a job, she was no longer feeling suicidal. So, I mean, she was acknowledging the fact that, that she had been successful and that there was some sense of feeling proud about herself. Mm-hmm. So we gave her a maintenance phase for that.
Okay.
Okay. So this is a special one. Okay. It's, look at all the issues on the page and then look at this one in comparison to all those other issues. Okay, and it kind of stands out a bit because it's the issue that's happy life goal issue. Okay. So, and she brings it to us herself, right? She's carrying it in on a tray, saying, here's what I need. I need this. I need this, right? And she's looking at us kind of like, as humble as she is in this moment, kind of all confused about it. Okay? Right? And we can look into things that she's doing, right? We can look into things that we would call successful and reasons to be proud. right? And contributions she might be making. I mean, we can see those things. But if she were to describe her feeling state about her own feelings of pride and success, do you think she would see what we see? Not initially, right. So do you think if you were to ask her, so do you spend time on feeling proud and successful, thinking about it, trying to do things to feel more like that? What do you think she might say?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Sometimes. Okay. So one of the things and this is all in the art of stages of change. Okay. One of the things to realize is that stages of change are related to how the person feels. Okay, so even though she may have some and she does have some dramatic examples of things that would make anybody proud. Okay, and we can see them clearly. Her feeling state is not so much there. Okay, we might be able to see many things she's doing to pull herself back to who she, to somebody that she has in her mind this way, but she may not see those things. Okay, and so the stage of change relates to her impression, her opinion, her feeling state, her subjective sense of herself and where she is with things.
So let me just, using this, I mean, the fun thing about the sentence prompts is if you dive into them and you're struggling, you can say to yourself, well, if they were in another stage of change for this, or if they were in this stage of change and it were fully this way, what would it sound like? So let's just say feeling proud and successful. Okay? Listen, buddy, I know you want to talk to me about having a happy life goal, but the truth is my life sucks. It's always going to suck, so don't effing bug me about having a happy life. Just get me out of this effing hellhole. Okay? I'm willing to consider the idea that I might actually ever feel proud, but, nobody's ever told me anything in my life other than I'm a piece of shit. But the idea that you think it might be different, I'm willing to talk about it with you. Okay. But I really have never even thought that I might do something to move in that direction yet. Hey, the idea that I'm feeling proud and successful, I might do something that made me feel proud and successful. I've never even considered that, but that's a great idea. I should actually do that. Where would I start? Being proud and successful is actually what I want, and I've done some things that I actually feel good about, but you know what? I just don't seem to be able to sustain it very well, and all those things people tell me I don't feel I'm doing, and I wind up feeling ashamed about that. Most of the time I'm feeling proud and successful. I've got most of my life on track, but there are a couple of things that I do that are not lined up with where I want to head, and I need some help to straighten it out. I'm really on track with my recovery. I feel proud and successful just about every single day, but I know there's some stuff coming down the pike that's going to challenge me, and I need some help to deal with those situations. Okay? So in that sequence, which one sounds most close to her? Early action? Okay. That's the exercise. I mean, is that the right answer? You could make a legitimate argument for anything. What we're kind of illustrating is if you dive into the sequence of understanding where people are along the continuum, then it helps you to see where people are.
One of the things that I do, particularly for things that people point out as their happy life goals, maybe this is a correct strategy or not, but I always assume that if somebody has a happy life goal, they're further down than we might think. Okay, so if I already have a goal, I'm already thinking about it, it's highly likely I've already dabbled in trying to get there, and I'm drawing back cautiously because it really is kind of terrifying to figure all this out on my own. So when it's a goal, a happy life goal, I'm already pushing people kind of down this way. Maybe that's not a right-minded strategy, but it helps me not underposition myself with where they are.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Okay.
Paula.
Well, I guess when we were talking about her, she had had a point in her life when she was happy and feeling very proud of what she was doing. So she's experienced that before. She knows what it feels like. And then as a result of her disability, which feeds into both the chronic pain and depression.
Right.
So she's tasted it. She wants it back. So giving her the boot, that's kind of why we put her in there.
In where?
Earlier.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Don.
That was the thing, just to piggyback off that, is that, you know, we were looking at things, we'd say, well, preparation, then there is a couple of early action. If there's a couple of one in early action, you just jump to it because there has been some signs there, you know? And, but you see, or do you go with the majority of what you're actually scoping?
Yeah, yeah. And Don, the thing, sometimes, you know, it's not a very cut and dry issue. Sometimes it's easier to actually, when you start thinking about, and you're toying between a couple of stages, to start thinking about the intervention, and then to step back and look at the intervention and look at that person and say, does that make sense? Because sometimes that will be the deciding feature that says, oh, well, I guess it goes this way, right? Okay. So let's throw one more on the table, okay? The relationship with, you want to do the relationship with the boyfriend or the trauma?
So what was the focus answer?
Well, Ken and I would kind of think we're sort of
Early
in
action.
this zone.
All right, everybody
But that's
relaxes
just
now.
our
Woo!
opinion.
We got the answer.
That's just our opinion.
But let me just say one thing about that, because this is what I was talking with you guys about who were doing preparation. You know, you said, forgot his name. But anyway, he said, we thought she was ready to begin working on Pride. And then you said we tied her work on her diabetes into that. And I said, one of the things, remember we were talking about linking? If you read the story of her diabetes, what's interesting in the story? She used to be having a hard time keeping her diabetes organized. And over the past 3 to 4 months, she's actually been much more consistent with her diet, in spite of all the stressors that you're seeing here. Okay? Now, one of the reasons that she's likely to do this, or one of the things that this may connect to for her, is a little bit a sense of pride and success. So if you say to her, look, here's some place where you've already made some progress, you've already solved some problems, okay? You're already moving, okay? You're in the early action phase. You've done some things right. Let's take what you've already done right for this issue and say, since when you do stuff right, it makes you feel good about yourself, let's apply the same strategies to another issue, and you can make a little bit more progress in that direction. Okay, that's kind of seeing the early actionness of her as helping you to find the things she's done that already resonate for her as leading to a sense of success.
So you want to take the relationship with the boyfriend or the PTSD trauma?
Boyfriend.
Boyfriend. Okay.
Okay, so where was everybody? We had a lot of preparations and we had some not who did not have preparation?
Did not. Picked some other stage besides preparation. What'd you guys pick? What'd you guys have? Contemplation?
Okay. Want to talk to contemplation?
I'll talk to contemplation. Okay, contemplation.
Okay, she did state, she did state that she needed to look at some other, to get it right down there. She identified that she does need to look at some other ways of dealing with the boyfriend in the fights. I don't know, I want to pull it out here, let me see. But it was brought up that even though she loves him and doesn't see doesn't want to let him go, it did state that, here it is, she does agree that maybe she should try to learn different approaches to dealing with her boyfriend, meaning that she's acknowledging that there are some different approaches that she does need to do, which means that I'm willing to discuss it. That opened up the door for discussion. Okay. And that's how we came up with contemplation.
Good job. Okay. And then who had something else over here? Preparation? Yep. There you go.
And I guess taking right where you were from with the preparation is that she's trying to learn different approaches to dealing with her boyfriend. We kind of discussed that she's already moved beyond just discussing this to I'm actually ready to start doing something. I've acknowledged that, you know, this isn't working right for us and I need to learn some more habits. That's why we put her into preparation.
Okay.
And also the context in which, and also the context in which she's having the conversation. She's talking to you as a treatment provider. This is something maybe I want to work on, instead of let me just complain to you about something that's happening in my life.
Right.
That's how we saw it.
Yeah, it's good to remember the context, right? Sure.
We're just having this mini conversation here. Sorry. But, you know, we're looking at these issues, but with person-centered planning, what if the consumer doesn't even see it as an issue? You know, with person-centered planning and even including it in their treatment planning, they need to first address it to say they even want it there. Is that correct? That's your thinking too?
Right.
Is that right? Okay. So some of these, Anne Marie may not even like the, you know, the pain management, you know, or the chronic pain. We may not even put that in an initial treatment plan. That might be farther down the line, but initially, if she's not willing to address it, it's not even in there. Because remember, she signs off on it.
Well, hold that thought, because as we translate into the interventions, I
Right,
think
and that
you'll
was
see
another- that was the next
how
part
that
of
might connect into what you would put in a person-centered
Because
plan,
actually-
which is an important question.
At DCC, we've actually integrated in our quality, I'm the quality person there, we've integrated into our quality goals where our staff are at in identifying stages of change and the interventions connected to the stage of change they're in.
Yeah.
And so we're doing chart reviews, and that's kind of like where we're at with it.
Yeah.
You know, so we can look at these assessments and go, but hey, these weren't even addressed. Well, you know, are they in
The consumer didn't
pre-contemplation?
wanna- yeah.
And where is it? And you know what, and I'm so glad that that gentleman over here, because that's pretty much what we've come up with, our division managers and myself. There are no right or wrong answers.
Right.
You know,
So there are
it's
some-
hard when you go, but take where the consumer is at. So it's
There are some
definitely a
strategies,
process.
though, about the issue about how you write a person-centered, stage-matched intervention into a plan for somebody who's pre-contemplative. Actually challenges the framework. So let's just summarize a little bit what we got for the stages here, based on, not that there's a right answer, okay? Okay. So there was a sense of feeling proud and successful. People kind of landed on early action when we went over it. People in the alcohol dependence area, and good for you, there was a sort of an even divide between early action and late action. And you could kind of make an argument in either direction there. That's perfectly fine. Major depression, almost all of you had late action for the major depression. Contemplation for PTSD and trauma. I'm willing to talk about it and think about it, but I'm not sure I want to work on my trauma issues right now, it says. Pre-contemplation for OxyContin use. Okay, and we came up with something toward the late action domain for chronic pain. That's most of you were there. Preparation for working on her relationship with her boyfriend. And by the way, one of the things, and you guys were good with this, but this is actually an important learning thing, is a lot of folks, when you're dealing with these kind of domestic violence situations, we didn't put in enough there to know, you know, how violent the situation was, only that he was treating her badly. But there's a tendency to say, get rid of the guy. To get rid of the guy. You know, that's what you need to do. Stand up and get rid of the guy. I would. You know? And then you kind of create, no, I don't want to get rid of the guy. Well, then you don't want to do anything about the situation, you know, blah, blah. And you immediately invalidate the fact that they love the person, that, you know, kind of figuring out how to disentangle the situation is hard. So preparation means not prepare to kick him out. Preparation means let's find something we can try to do inside the relationship that's about being, to make things better, whatever that means. And then it reminded me of an interesting story, by the way. Friday, when I was in Oakland County, there was a case that the ChangeAgent group in Oakland County had been struggling with and that they had presented to me when I had been there in July. And this was a situation with a woman with severe opiate dependence. She was a heroin addict. And her addiction was so out of control that she was like recurrently overdosing and had needed to be revived a couple of times recently. And she also has, you know, a severe trauma history and, you know, panic attacks and a whole bunch of other things going on. And part of the thing that, you know, they were kind of trying to figure out was she said that she wanted to get herself onto buprenorphine. And they actually had a doctor who could prescribe buprenorphine. And they were trying to figure out how to get her from A to B. And they had all these barriers in the way. Anyway, they invited her to the meeting. So she sat there in the ChangeAgent meeting kind of talking about things. Well, one of the issues that was there was that she was living with this guy. They'd been together for 7 years. And this guy was also using substances. And so part of their like, well, you know, we need to get you on buprenorphine. We need to stop your 8 milligrams of Klonopin a day. We need to get you into a residential setting. We need to get you to end your relationship with your unhealthy support system. And they were like way out in front of her capacity. And while they were kind of caught in this little Mexican standoff, we were sitting there thinking this woman could die while we're busy creating hoops for her to jump through. And so one of the things was to say, you know, it's okay to tell your boyfriend that, you know, you may need to go someplace a couple of days to get started on Suboxone, but you don't actually have to end the relationship. You can just tell him you're going off to get a little bit of help. You can figure out the relationship later. And she was like, that takes a load off of my mind. Not that she, you know, because she was afraid of hurting him. That was kind of what she was thinking about. So there you go. So anyway. Okay. So now we have to talk about interventions. Ready? Okay. So let's start with the OxyContin use. Okay. She's pre-contemplative about her OxyContin use, which means when you approach her and say, do you think you have a problem with OxyContin? She says, don't bug me. My pain is real. Got that? Okay. What's our goal? And what would contemplation look like? She's willing to talk to us about her OxyContin. Does that mean she thinks she needs to change it? No. So what would be your intervention? You're a team. You have to figure out a strategy for talking about her OxyContin.
Go ahead, Paul.
How would you deal with this? Go ahead.
What we did was just ask her to explain the pros of using OxyContin, the pros and the cons. Let's take a look at it. It's working for you. Tell me what it does for you. What don't you like about it? You know, just have her describe her relationship with the oxys.
Sounds like her neighbors, yeah. Yeah.
It was so hard to separate out the OxyContin use from the pain management in the first step. We thought it would make a lot of sense to actually blend them together here because she's on board with doing pain management.
So that leveraging, yes.
Go ahead, Don.
We're thinking about educating her on tolerance, saying that, you know, hey, this is great, but just note it's not going to work after a while because your body's going to get used to it, so we might look at some other alternatives. So that would open the door to say, whoa, it's working now, but it's not going to work later. Maybe I can look at some other alternatives.
Okay. Oh.
Go ahead.
Because she was so against not wanting to address OxyContin, we determined that we would just let her tell her story of how she came to using OxyContin and about the coping, how she used that coping, find out more information, but to not even address telling her to stop, but asking her if it's okay if I give you some facts about OxyContin, not that I want you to stop, but can I provide you with some education on it?
Anybody else have any
Other ideas? Each group, what were you did some of you not get to it? Go ahead.
Can we talk a little bit about role resistance?
About what?
Role resistance?
Roll with the resistance?
Right.
Yeah. So what was your idea? How were you going to roll? Oh, okay. Take a couple of OxyContins and kind of roll, you know, roll.
Yeah.
How about you guys? Did you get to this one? Intervention on this one? What'd you come up with?
Just sort of let her, more like what Katrina said, just establish a relationship, record letters, tell her own story.
Yep.
As regarding to OxyContin and how it affects her, and just sort of put it at a neutral standpoint, not judgmental about it.
Right.
Let her tell her story.
Okay. Anybody in this table have a strategy?
They mentioned everything except that we put to be welcoming.
Uh-huh. Okay. You want to say, how would you be welcoming to her about the OxyContin? Okay. So, yeah. Engage. Okay. So let's just take this as an example, okay? First of all, I picked up on the welcoming, okay? Because the reason for the fact that she doesn't want to be bugged, as we've talked about many times, is that she's afraid that if we come at her with the OxyContin as a problem, okay, then we are judging her. And we might be suggesting that her pain's not real, she's just an addict, okay, and we're going to try to take her, you know, to convince somebody to take her OxyContin away, which gives her every reason to think it wouldn't be a good idea to discuss OxyContin with us. Okay? So our goal is to have her feel at this moment, as she's leaving the hospital, that it actually would be of value for her to be able to talk with us about everything going on, including OxyContin and pain and everything else, and feel like we're going to be on her side. Okay? So if we're writing that in the treatment plan, it would be, you know, would there be any chance that you could trust us enough to talk openly about this issue so that we could actually be right there with you, helping you to figure it out? Now, how do you get there? Well, non-judgmental is not good enough. Non-judgmental is not good enough. Welcoming is important. In other words, you know, when you approach somebody and you're non-judgmental, okay, you're acting all neutral, like they taught you to do in psychoanalytic psychotherapy. Oh, no, I have no opinion about your OxyContin. I'm just very neutral. I'm very non-judgmental about this bad thing you're doing. I'm non-judgmental. Okay? The difference between welcoming and non-judgmental is welcoming is positively judgmental. Okay? One of the first steps of doing a motivational strategy with pre-contemplative folks is to be positively judgmental. In other words, help them to see that you understand positively, because we know that you're suffering every single day with this terrible pain. And how's that going for you? Tell us all about it. Okay? And what are you doing to try to take care of it? Because, you know, seems like OxyContin is the thing you're using. How does it work? How does it work? Is it working perfectly? Because you deserve to have your pain taken care of. Okay, so how's the OxyContin working for you? Okay? And if it's not working well enough, well, that would be a concern, because we want you to have the best possible pain management you have. And if we can sit next to you and figure out how the OxyContin works and how it doesn't work and think with you about better pain management strategies, we've helped you in the late action stage of your pain, but at the same time, we've made it safer for you to talk to us about the Oxy. Because never out of our mouths would be, you know, this is a problem. Okay? I mean, she's a nurse. She knows she's supposed to take her OxyContin as prescribed. Okay? Okay. Now, so this is positively judgmental, proactively welcoming. Okay, using the things she's in the business of talking about to help her connect, feel safe talking with us about something else. Right? Not to get her to change. Here's the other thing. If you move too quickly in somebody who's pre-contemplative to starting to educate them, you actually might move them backwards because they're going to smell your agenda. Okay? So if you say, we want to tell you why OxyContin is bad, she's going to say, I knew I should have kept my mouth shut. If she says, these people are actually willing to sit there with me and help think with me about the best ways to manage my pain, okay, understanding how hard I'm struggling and how much I'm trying to figure this out, and they're not having the secret agenda of taking away my oxy, then I can actually get in the business of joining them in that discussion. Now, in the motivational interviewing, establish empathy. That's what you do. You join people in their world. You leave your agenda behind. Okay? And then you develop discrepancy not by confrontation, not by education, but by conversation. So how's it working for you? Are you happy with this? Is there anything we can do to help you figure out alternative strategies? Okay, to help you to manage your pain better. If you make it safe enough for her, she will tell you that she's worried about overusing her OxyContin. She will, because she's worried about it. She has to be. Okay? So if one day she says, I'm worried about overusing my OxyContin, we say, oh, okay, well, what do you want to do? We certainly don't want to take away your OxyContin without having something there to help you. So let's figure that out. Now we're starting to move into the change talk, very, very delicately.
And in some weird way, remember, we're making her up, but, just playing with it a little bit. It wouldn't be too unrealistic, for her to say that her worry is not so much associated with the addiction, but her worry might be becoming one of the very people that she used to feel so angry toward when she was a nurse. So make no assumption as to, what the tension is in somebody's mind about what's going on with them.
Okay. So let's pick another thing. Alcohol dependence. What did you guys come up with about working with her about her alcohol dependence? Early action, late action, whichever. Okay, she's walking out of the hospital. Go ahead.
I'm looking at this, the post-traumatic stress, all of these can cause physical pain to a person.
Right.
And she's using that, self-medicate or not, whatever, it's prescribed.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't know. Where would you integrate that into her treatment plan?
Right. So remember the leveraging thing. So we're working, she's trying to figure out the pain, right? She's, right.
We're taking her where she's at, she's feeling the pain.
Right. So, okay. So she's trying to figure out the pain. We're trying to figure out the pain. Okay? We're trying to have a conversation with her so we can both be in the same team trying to figure out the pain. Okay? If we can establish a relationship in which she trusts us enough to talk to us about what she's actually experiencing and all the goods and bads of it and what she's tried and what she hasn't tried and what's worked and what hasn't, then we can start to feather in some of these things that might be contributors to making the pain more complicated or causative of the pain. If we don't establish first a reasonable presence with her where she knows we're actually invested in her and her happiness and not just trying to do what it is we've come to sell, okay, then we can bring into play things like, well, talk to me about your pain in relationship to your mood state. Talk to me about your pain in relationship to the drinking, in relationship to the struggles with your boyfriend, okay? So then we can start fleshing things out, and we may discover many things along the way once we're in that kind of a relationship that we couldn't make it up not being in that conversation. There's no way we could hit it right, the nail on the head, without actually talking to her. And the thing we don't have right now is we don't have a solid footing for that conversation to actually make sense. And that's what being stage-based is actually about. How do you meet her exactly where she is around each of these issues so that you can go deeper into each one of them to figure out what's the right next step?
So part of the point is, yeah, meet her right. Well, exactly. No, but it's a small step in each direction. I mean, the minute that you kind of go with, oh my God, everything's connected to everything, so we have to fix all of these things, you know, we all get overwhelmed, and so does she. But if we say inside the domain of chronic pain, we're going to say, what can we do now, as you're coming out of the hospital, to help you with your pain management? Okay, what are some strategies? And you say, okay, you got your OxyContin lined up? Okay. Are you able to keep track of your pain so you can be talking with us so we know, you may know better ways of connecting your pain to emotional situations, or we can give you some strategies, okay, for helping it? Do you think your pain is connected to your depression? If so, maybe if we do some things about helping your mood, maybe that'll help your pain. It's not one size fits all. It's connecting all imaginable things that we can do that might help you with pain management, and working on that and asking how it goes. Okay? And so, now the same thing applies to the alcohol dependence. Okay? So how would we help her alcohol dependence? What would we do? Go ahead, Darryl.
In your argument there, I mean, she's obviously distinguished the difference between the OxyContin and the alcohol.
Right.
Because she used the alcohol in a circumstance with the boyfriend, you know, to alleviate whatever it was that she was feeling. I didn't get a sense of whether or not she was using the both at the same time. Right. But she used the one on her emotional pain. She uses the other one on her physical pain.
Right.
So,
And that's where she's at?
I don't know if she's distinguished the difference, you know, how it is that she's handling her uncomfortableness. But, I mean, to me, it distinguishes itself. Because if she's saying that in circumstances where I quit taking my medication and I did this versus that, to alleviate that, and they're all intermingled to me.
Right. Well, see, I mean, they may or may not be all intermingled for her. Okay? And it's important not to have our intermingling kind of affect the way we meet her where she's at. We may think that depression contributes to the pain. She may not. And in her case, it may not. She may say, well, you know what? I hurt just as much when I'm in a good mood as when I'm in a bad mood. No, you don't, we say. Depression makes your pain worse.
Oh, it does.
You know? And then we have a great opportunity to fight.
So I wouldn't argue, I mean,
And she may say, and this is, when I was writing this, I had this kind of person in mind. She may say, I'm an alcoholic, but I'm no drug addict. And you may say, well, you know, a drug is a drug is a drug is a drug is a drug. And she may say, well, if you want to be that way, go talk to somebody who agrees with you, because it ain't me. I'm an alcoholic. I'll agree that, even though it's probably the most shameful thing in the world, but don't you be calling me a drug addict. Okay? I'm not an OxyContin addict. I'm not even an OxyContin abuser. I'm on OxyContin for my pain. I take it as prescribed, except when it hurts. Did you ever take extra Tylenol? You know? And so, and that's where she is. And you may never have her come to the point that says, I use OxyContin when I'm unhappy. And that may be true. She is exactly who she is. And we have to meet her exactly where she is without any preconception. I mean, the biggest and the hardest thing to do is to realize that nobody you meet is exactly going to come to fill the answer in your head. Okay? So, alcohol dependence, what are we going to do?
Well, one of the things that we talked about, since she has been in a program and in recovery before, she has the basics. She does have some tools, some skills.
she only went to 3 AA meetings, so there's something about AA that she doesn't like.
Right.
But at the same time, she's reaching out for support. So exploring alternatives to AA for strengthening her support system.
Such as?
Such as?
She's leaving the hospital tomorrow. Okay, so you addressed one thing. She has some tools. Where would you help her to identify her tools? How would you do that with her? Go ahead.
I would have a conversation with her about her past experiences and ask her, I used to say that if you're the expert, can you tell me what part you liked and what part you didn't like and what you think you need? Because sometimes they have an idea about what treatment modality they want, especially as soon as you've had treatment more than once.
Right.
They can articulate to you, well, I like this, but I don't like that. If somebody could see me at this time.
Okay, so instead of thinking about treatment modalities, what's in the story that we might focus on to find out what her tools are?
The 3 weeks that she was.
That's right. Okay. So what did she do? She was sober for 21 days, during which she went to 3 AA meetings. So we can all pretty much guess that the 3 AA meetings by themselves didn't get her sober for 3 weeks. So what did she do? Now, part of the point, and this is why I'm picking up on this, okay, part of the learning point in this item is to realize that people don't get sober necessarily by going to treatment. Okay? People get sober because they do things on a daily basis so that they don't use. The purpose of treatment is for people to learn how to do that. Okay? So she already knows some things. She doesn't want to go back into a residential setting where she can hear the stuff she's already heard, but she's having trouble applying. She already knows something to do. So your first intervention is, let's review with her the things she did right for the last 3 weeks so she can understand what her skills are, and so can we. And okay, that would be an intervention. Now, she's about to walk out the door, and she's telling us that AA, she has no idea how to use AA. And we did this purposely. I mean, she's a certain kind of person that's not uncommon. She's a nurse. She's the epitome of the caretaker in the world. And so the idea is when I go to AA, all I can think of is that I'm supposed to take care of everybody because they're worse than me. I mean, you've heard this before. And she's not going to get over that overnight. Oh, no, just do it differently, you know. So what can she do tomorrow to develop a support system for sobriety?
A couple things. One is that you could get her introduced to an online, because there's online recovery programs or support networks that you do that are online, so that it would be a start just to kind of like get her introduced to that. Maybe get her introduced to the professional, the licensed professional groups. Where, it's licensed professionals, so it's where they may not be coming in with some of the general public or the first line kind of things. It's dealing with some other issues, or addressing like codependency, with like a code of meeting or something along those lines that might address other issues associated with something.
Okay. Other thoughts? Let me general rule. Okay. You have a woman who's coming out of the hospital. Okay, so we need to do something for her immediately. Okay, she's not very good at developing support systems, right? So one of the things that's going to be hard is developing a new support system as she's leaving the hospital. Okay, so it's better if we teach her better ways of using the support systems that she already has. Does she already have a support system? Anyone else? Yay! I mean, I know we're being a little silly, but I have to admit, when we've done this exercise, most treatment teams are busy connecting her to everybody else in the world except themselves. Okay, like we're great at writing down plans, but we don't do anything. And one team said, we're going to refer her to therapy. And like, with who? You know, like, what do you guys do? Oh, we're just making up a plan, you know? It's like, okay. So in the spirit of a support system, what could she do tomorrow that might be something that she's not done so well before? Using the team. Go ahead. Call a team member.
I mean, if you've got one of the certified peer support specialists that should be on the team, connect them with them.
Mm-hmm.
They may be able to go out and go to a different meeting with them to take them someplace too. Because she's probably seen just that one meeting and thinks that's how all meetings are. When other meetings are different.
Right. So part of the issue here is, staying on the pace with her. So first of all, you said, and I had a feeling you might, knowing what you do. She said, well, if there's a certified peer support specialist on the team, then the peer support specialist can provide peer support. Okay? Okay? And one of the last times we did this exercise, people were talking about developing a support system, and somebody said, and we want the support system to be people who are in recovery themselves. Sounded good, right? So if you're not in recovery, that means you can't be helpful? Right, okay. If you're not a peer support specialist, can you do things that peer support specialists can do? Okay. Can peer support specialists or anybody do something helpful even if it doesn't involve going to an AA meeting? Okay? So part of the challenge here when you're thinking about these kind of baby steps with people, I mean, and this is part of the exercise, she's walking out of the hospital. She just went off a binge. She's feeling like a failure. She says, I don't know what to do about my drinking. So we go back and say, look what you did for 21 days. The biggest issue you have is because of your shame about this and the fact that you think it should be easier than it is. It's hard for you to ask for help. Okay? So let's practice doing something different starting tomorrow that you weren't doing before. You want to go to AA meetings? I don't think AA meetings make any sense. I could go, but ugh. Would you be willing to call us? I didn't know I could call you. You're a therapist. Am I allowed to call you? Yes. When would you call me? Can you call me tomorrow and leave a message saying you're going to try to be sober? What would be your plan if you felt like drinking? If you went back out and your boyfriend started up with you again, who would you call? You felt like drinking. Okay. And in the Oakland County situation, I was actually interviewed a guy and I did an ILSA for them. And part of his story was that he had called up he was actually starting to work with his team, even though he was not very good at it. And then he said, and Friday night I called up at 2 in the morning and I called the crisis team and I said, I feel like drinking. I'm having a rough time. And the crisis team worker was very nice. They said, are you suicidal? No. Are you homicidal? No. Are you psychotic? No. Are you drunk? No. Did you hurt yourself? No. Well, essentially, we can't do anything for you. So what did he do? He got drunk. Okay. And so part of the idea is if you're actually developing a helpful plan, then you have to know that somebody's going to keep up your end of the bargain. Right? So we talked about that with the team.
And another thing, just pushing on the practical nature of things, if she were to say, ooh, I could call you, what would I say? That would be weird. I don't do that. I would literally do something, like, well, go sit in that office, I'll go sit over here, you pick up the phone and you call me right now and say, hey, I'm not in any trouble, but I wanted to call you because you told me that when I called you, you would tell me that you're proud of me for calling and asking for help. And I say, I'm proud of you for calling and asking for help. Call me again. Now you're in trouble. Help, I'm in trouble. You told me if I get into trouble, I'm supposed to call you. And you tell me you're proud of me for calling when I'm in trouble. I'm proud of you. Thank you for calling. Literally just seeing because if she can't get over the weirdness of it when she's sitting with you, it's not happening when she goes home. Okay, and it's really in this level, a micro detail. you know. I mean, you can see where we're going with this. This is not like sending somebody over there for somebody else to do. This is like literally, how are we going to know that in the next couple of days we're working on the relationship, reinforcing what she wants, doing the right thing, match to where she really is, so that we come out to having moved ourselves all a few steps forward in this relationship. Okay? And who's doing this? Who's doing this? We are. We are.
Relationship with boyfriend. Okay, let's think of a baby step. Some of you are pretty good at this. I could tell from the conversations. You've done some work with domestic violence in your lives. So let's find a baby step for her boyfriend. What might you do here? Preparation. Where do I start? What would I do differently? How do we figure it out with you? Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, that's a good one. So what would it look like for her boyfriend to treat her right in her mind? Okay. Then what else? Okay. What else? Imagine taking a first step in this situation.
Remember the context, too. Everything that we just said about the alcohol, it's this. Well, just take it for the, you know, the actual situation that she was just in, okay? What just happened? Okay.
She had a fight with her
boyfriend. She had a fight with her boyfriend. She just completely crumped underneath the weight of that fight. All things went backwards. She wound up hospitalized for wanting to kill herself. Okay, now we're talking about what are we going to do next with her in the relationship with her boyfriend? Okay, the same thing that we were feeling about how important it was to make sure she could actually make a step around her alcohol thing. Same context exists for this woman around a relationship with her boyfriend. Okay, it's not someday, it's like you're going home. You just almost killed yourself over this man. You're going home. What do we do next?
She had stated previously that she didn't want to end the relationship, that she wanted to try and work on it. So we thought maybe encourage some type of couples therapy, bringing them both in and you know, encouraging that more treatment.
Yeah, I'll be the devil's advocate. He doesn't want couples therapy, and it's 3 weeks out anyway.
The couples therapy. He doesn't want it. In fact, you know,
pushing the envelope.
If I go home and ask for couples therapy, he's going to tell me I'm a weak bitch and he doesn't want any part of it, and I don't want any of that nurse stuff in my life, and you know, whatever.
What about just being involved in treatment? What about just knowing what's going on? What about not therapy, but just participation? Is he be willing to be in emergency contact? Maybe just know what's going on. Some form of support you like.
Okay, I'm going to push on you guys just a little bit, because it's she had a fight. Okay, the consequence of the fight was in the space of just a little passing of time. She wound up being psychiatrically hospitalized because she was wanting to die. Okay, she's going back to the exact same situation with the exact same framework, now feeling somewhat more ashamed and back on her heels. What do we do? What do we do?
Give her, offer her our phone numbers to call. Offer the number to a crisis line.
Okay, I'm going to keep pushing on this one. Keep pushing on this one.
She's going to need someone to contact if she starts feeling this way. Letting her know that she always has a safe refuge to contact.
Okay, so this is what's called a safety plan. Okay, a crisis safety plan. Okay, is she still in crisis? Yeah, darn well tootin' she is, right? Okay, so she needs a safety plan, right? Okay, and the safety plan can't be getting rid of the boyfriend because she says she doesn't want to do that, right? So she needs a safety plan in the current context that she's in. Okay, so we don't have any idea yet, right? We have absolutely no idea what a rational safety plan is, right? That is probably our next step, right? We have to be thinking with her about literally what is she going to do to be safe? What does she do immediately when she starts to feel like it's getting out of that plan? It's going, right?
Well, in front of that, I almost would be simple enough to talk to her about triggers. I mean, there was something that initiated the argument.
Yay. Yes. Yay.
Yes.
This is an indication that you might have said something correct.
Right. Yay. Yes. Yes.
Go there. Keep going.
Well, I mean, last week when that police officer had a really unique opportunity, and Channel 4 called NSO and asked for somebody to work with domestic violence and on duty. So they asked me to come down to the station, and what I did was I sat on a computer, and people from, went to Channel 4 and their computer line were asking questions. Well, I'm no expert, but one of the things I made a response to everyone, number one, making them, asking a question or saying they had been abused. And the second thing, I talked to most people about triggers. It's a very simple thing, that you know that what causes it, even after many, many years. And then once you look at the triggers, then it's easier to look at how do I make myself safe when this happens.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So just to kind of follow that up a little bit, I mean, one of the things that we keep emphasizing is the way that you work with folks with this kind of complexity is to get things down out of the ether into some things that are very concrete. So part of what you would be doing, I mean, we didn't put all this detail in here, but let's go over what happened in the last fight. I mean, it's not that you're fighting constantly. You fight sometimes. Okay, tell us all about what happened. That way we're going to learn something about how things go off track between you and this guy. And out of that, we might be able to figure out another strategy. Secondly, we have to figure out something immediately. When are you going to tell him? What are you going to say the next time you talk? Hey, guess what, bud? Everybody in my treatment team thinks you're an asshole. Okay? Let's see, is that a good strategy? They told me to stand up for myself. I'm empowered. You're a jerk. Okay? So, I mean, she doesn't have these tools. She doesn't know what to say. Okay? And the way we kind of help figure it out is by getting into the details and helping her to come up with a plan. And one of the issues, let me just finish this, is that because she's a long-term trauma survivor, she doesn't have a set of tools for not being re-victimized in a relationship. She doesn't know how to create a safe space for herself in any way, shape, or form. Or maybe she does, but she doesn't know how to do it as well as she needs to. So the starting place for the first steps is saying, what can she do in any way that would be moving in the right direction? And the final piece is, let's not assume that this guy is all evil and all he wants to do is hurt her. He probably cares about her too and feels bad about what happened in his own way. And so if we can figure out how to help her to work with the strength of the relationship and find something to do, then that's going to be more likely to be successful. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, that's kind of where I was going. You talk about this being strength-based. What was the longest period of time that you guys went without a fight?
Exactly.
What made that time period work? And you pick that apart and figure out what worked there. Strength-based instead of, and also things to trigger, but also what makes it work.
Right. Right. Round of applause. Good job.
Good job.
Very, very nice.
So part of a safety plan for somebody like this, I just want to say this one thing, is recognizing the early signs of things going off track and feeling like it's okay. Let's just say let's say that a pattern is something goes on between them. He starts to escalate and calling her names. And you might say, can you walk out of the house at that point and get someplace safe so it doesn't get worse? And she says, no, I can't. Because I have to explain to him that I'm really not that bad or whatever. And, part of the teaching is to say, and we don't know where she's at with this, is to say, sometimes it's okay just to go. Say, we'll talk about this later. Go ahead.
I was just going to make a comment that, that last scenario we just did, it was almost like everyone was afraid to say the obvious solution to that problem because they were so worried about what they were doing in the right stage.
Mm-hmm. Which is what?
Well, worried about, am I going to do the right thing here, or am I going to do too much or too little?
Right.
Instead of just saying the obvious things that everyone said that we would want to do.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So you're saying that adding the stage of change level thing into it made it.
It's a negative. I think it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's like.
No, it was.
It's you don't want to get so wrapped up into something that you're not going to do the right thing.
Do what's naturally makes sense. Exactly right.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, staying in the context of what she's actually trying to do, she's trying to stay in this relationship and be successful in it, right? She's trying to be proud and successful inside the relationship she has. She actually is trying to figure out what to do next in order to do that. And we're trying to help her figure out how to do that, right? And the situation she's actually facing is the one that's just right in front of her. She has to figure out what to do immediately when she goes home. Because she's going to do something no matter what. She's going home. So sitting with her and talking about, things like, so what have you done before that's worked? What is it that kind of led up? What kind of triggered the whole event before? Let's think about what little step you might do differently next with help and see how it goes. Okay? It's not outside the stage of change. It's actually not. So
yeah.
People have I think the issue that people have a hard time with is the interventions seem to be up here and large and nebulous and kind of rotating up here. The harder thing the thing I think people have a hard time doing is bringing it down to literally one person, real day, next steps, what's next. Okay, in that you have to be stage-based. Okay.
So, and for some folks, if you feel like the whole stage thing is going to get people unraveled, you say, well, what would your gut tell you need to do in this moment? And then they'll tell you very often. Some folks will, and you say, well, you know what? That happens to be the rocket science stage-matched intervention. You already knew it. You just didn't know you knew it. Okay. Because a lot of what this is about empowering both the clinicians involved and the clients involved to feel like there's stuff they can do. Instead of feeling like, oh my God, there's failure here, there's resources that are missing. This is overwhelmingly complicated and we can't help anybody. Instead of like, you have 8 issues, you know what, we can do something about each and every one of them tomorrow to make a little bit of progress. And when we do that, that's great. That's fabulous. You've done the right thing. So if we can get down to that, then people start feeling more capable. And it's important to kind of reinforce that. Karen was just talking to me, so I'm going to, about something that I want to put a little bit of an offer out for you guys. We had lined up kind of a full-bore schedule of technical assistance opportunities for this visit. So that tomorrow, Debbie Tate, who works with us, is coming into town tonight and is available for technical assistance visits tomorrow and Wednesday. And then Chris and I are both going to be doing technical assistance visits tomorrow. And And then Wednesday, by the way, in case you didn't know, I'm going to be spending the whole day with mental health court, which is kind of like cool, kind of with the judges and all the people involved. And Chris is going to be spending the whole day with CareLink. Yay, CareLink. Okay. Now, what's happened is we had a bunch of stuff scheduled that got canceled because everybody's having end-of-the-year panic and audits and all kinds of stuff. So we have openings for a technical assistance visit or whatever it is you might need help with. Tomorrow, we have a little bit of space tomorrow, and we have more space on Wednesday, more or less like that. Two slots on Wednesday morning, and a slot tomorrow, somewhere in the middle of the morning, a slot tomorrow morning. And what about late afternoon, possibly late afternoon? So if anybody has an interest in having one of us come over, whoever is going to fit your time, and sit with you in a team and go over a case or go over any kind of discussion about anything, we're in town. So give it some thought, talk to Karen, and try to work something out. It's okay if it's just meeting with 1 or 2 people and, you know, anything. It's going to be very helpful. Our next visit is December 3rd and 4th, or 2nd and 3rd. It's the end of the week right after Thanksgiving. I can't remember if it's the Wednesday, Thursday, or the Thursday, Friday. Okay. Yeah. All right, guys. So, Chris, do you have the code cap? 2nd and 3rd, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay. Now, we're going to do a little tool time. And how many of you, I'm imagining, is there anybody here who's not participated in doing the compass ever? Some of you, I imagine. Okay. And how about the CodeCat? How many of you have used the CodeCat or started to? How many of you are thinking about using the CodeCat but haven't yet? How many of you don't want to ever think about the CodeCat? So let me just talk a little bit about this, and we may actually do have a little fun with the tools. You know, the original compass that you guys have been working with is a tool that we developed 9 years ago. And over the years, you know, we've kind of progressively realized that it needs to be upgraded in many different ways. So we actually spent some time doing this as a result of all kinds of input and feedback from our different projects to come up with, you know, what we're thinking is a better version of the compass that ideally is set up to replace the previous version entirely or to be used as a supplement to the previous version if you're very attached to the previous version. Now, there are things about the tool that are different. And one of them is that it's a lot shorter, so that instead of having 90 some odd items, it has a little bit over 60 items. So it's about 2/3 the length of the previous one. Secondly, we put in a whole set of instructions that's much more up to date and kind of emphasize, it has some definitions of co-occurring capability. It says welcome right at the beginning, has definitions. We went into some things that some of the, like Network 180 has started to use the term, which is in Grand Rapids. They have started to use the term complexity capable instead of co-occurring, because a lot of systems are saying, well, this isn't really just mental health and substance, is it? This is everything. And we're saying, yep, that's true. And we built it so that the language is much more connected to recovery-oriented transformation, and much more stuff about children and families, and even some stuff about primary health integration. So even though there are fewer questions, the questions are designed to be more connected to all of the system transformation activities, as opposed to just being focused on mental health and substance issues. There's a whole lot of very specific instructions about how to use the compass. And this is one of those things at this moment in time in projects where most people have used the compass the first time and are getting ready to think about doing it again at some point along the line. Thinking about why you're doing it and how you're doing it is a very important opportunity. And it actually relates to some of the culture shift we were talking about earlier. In most systems, and Michigan is certainly high up on this, things get organized around performance. Everybody's used to the state coming in with something you're supposed to measure, and you're supposed to look really shiny, good, and clean. And if you have deficits anywhere, you have to come up with your corrective action plan. And so, there's all this effort to try to come up with very high scores. Now, you've heard us talk about this, that you're not supposed to do this with the compass, but people do it anyway. Okay, and we find that a lot. Okay, and so we also say that the purpose of using the compass is to have a conversation with your staff. That's more important than the score, because the idea of it is an engagement tool so that people on the front lines who feel disconnected and disempowered have a chance to be in the conversation with top leadership in what we call a democratic conversation, looking at the organization all collectively. Now, what we find, and I'm sure you guys are all over the map with this, the vast majority of programs, when they first do this, however much we say what we think that should be done, they don't do it this way. They say, oh, the county's wanting us to do this compass thing. Mary, can you fill the thing out? Oh, they said we're supposed to have a group. Mary and Bill, can you fill it out? Okay. And, oh, Mary, you have no time to meet? Well, we're at deadline. Mary, you fill it out. Bill, you fill it out. Give it to Joan. She's the secretary. She'll average your scores. And then we're done. And then, oh, we have to come up with an improvement plan. And then your boss is like, why do we only get a 3 on this issue? Okay? So at this point, if you went and you did it that way the first time, is a good opportunity. And you're sitting there thinking, how do we get all our staff connected to this process? Because they're a little bit clueless. The opportunity to do it over really should be an opportunity not to look and see whether your scores went up, okay? Because sometimes your scores will go down, okay, as you've learned more about this. The opportunity is to see, can we use this to have better conversations that involve more people, okay? So that's really the most important message. And we went through this whole piece of what is the best way to use the Compass EZ to kind of walk through how you put a group together, how you have the conversation, the way in which the conversation goes, so that, says, for example, specifying the program. The Compass EZ is designed as a survey of a program. In very small agencies, it is often easy to determine what the program is. It's the whole agency and everybody gets involved. In larger agencies, this may sometimes be harder to figure out. Here are some guidelines. A large agency should plan to have each distinct program use the Compass EZ to perform its own self-survey. A distinct program means the program has a unique set of services and/or that it is a distinct administrative unit that will be responsible for its own improvement activities. For example, in a large mental health center, the insertive community treatment team would use the tool as it is a separate program, distinct from the outpatient counseling center, the targeted case management team, or the school-based team. Similarly, in a large substance treatment agency, the women's residential unit would be separate from the men's program, the partial program, or the outpatient counseling program. Okay? So the idea, it says, the most important outcome of using the tool is the collective learning experience for the program and translating that learning into an improvement approach. And blah, blah, blah. So the idea is that the learning happens in the conversation. Now, the coolest thing about the way you know that it's working right is when you pull your team together, and in the room are people who, you know, include leader people all the way down to secretaries or frontline staff, and they may initially feel like they've never had conversations like this before. And when you open up the conversation, very often what happens is the big boss, the biggest boss in the room, says, well, we score a 4 on this because we changed that policy last week. And somebody says, really? What policy? You know, the one in our manual that's 197 pages long. And somebody says, we've never seen that. Is it really in there? Okay, and all that. And when you have that kind of conversation, then you know you give yourself a round of applause, because that's the discussion you're wanting, because that's what draws people into this process and gets people to own and feel empowered that they need to be part of the change. And the thing is, we actually practice some of this at Hagira, you know, with the gang at the center there. And the fun thing is, you know, when you do this, there's a group of people that will just launch off talking. And then there's a group of people who are like, don't say anything. And, you know, you're thinking, well, you know, silence means consensus. Not necessarily. Almost invariably, if you poll the people, at least one of the quiet people will say something that kind of blows everybody's mind a little bit. And this, in fact, is what happened in our conversation. Somebody was real quiet, had a whole take on the question we were practicing with that kind of expanded everybody's thinking. So it was very cool. And that's really what you're trying to do, because it's in the listening to each other that begins the improvement process. So the other thing that we did is, I mean, we really tried hard to make the questions simpler. Okay, so we kind of went through eliminating the complex, convoluted questions that are my specialty. I never saw a sentence with, you know, that didn't need a few extra subordinate clauses in order to establish clearly what we were trying to say. So we try to get rid of all that kind of stuff. And for the most part, here's a good example of simplifying. If you remember the second session on the tool that says, the original tool that's like management structure or something like that, has 10 questions. This is the same section. It's called program policies, and it's got 3 items. One about billing, one about confidentiality, and one about record keeping. Because, you know, we figured, okay, and this is what I was saying to you, okay? As we've gotten more into this, we realize we don't have to use the tool to demonstrate everything we can think of about co-occurring capability and fry everybody's brains. It's just enough to give people some starting places for your own thinking, and that's actually helpful. So it's a little reflection of that. And let's see here. Now there's one thing that we put in that's actually probably the piece of development here. And that has to do with the idea of building a quality improvement culture. So we have some items in here which are designed to be a little bit pushing the envelope. The program has a culture of empowered partnership in which leadership, supervisors, representative frontline staff, and consumers and families work together to design and implement a vision of recovery-oriented, co-occurring capable services. The program has a CQI team with representation, blah, 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 that meets regularly and uses a written plan. The program has identified and empowered change agents or champions to assist with the CQI process. And then some stuff about collecting management information in the data improvement process. So the other stuff in it is similar: access and screening. And, oh, here, in this one, we added some health screening stuff. Okay. Hepatitis C, primary health care, nicotine. Okay. It's kind of part of shifting the framework a little bit. And the integrated assessment and the integrated person-centered planning. And here are things that, you know, are just, this is pure person-centered recovery orientedness. The person, families, hopeful goals, recent successes, and strengths are the foundation of the service plan. Okay? And usually this item leads everybody to say, well, there is a goal in their words, but is it hopeful? And we do use strengths, but not necessarily in the plan, and it kind of gets people going into a conversation about those kinds of issues. Okay, so you get the idea. Okay, any questions about this? Okay, so we're gonna, I don't know how you want to put this out to folks. Do you have some thoughts about that? Okay, I mean, so anyway, we just, as the big issue is anybody in the system can get it. It's logistics, it's not, yeah, you can send it out by email to change agents and CEOs and everybody. Now we wanted to show you the CodeCat Easy as well. It's close enough that we can show it to you. The Compass, we have a testimonial from the young woman in the front. Says the Compass Easy is actually a lot more user-friendly, yes.
It is, the way you broke it all down and stuff. We're actually going to be implementing that throughout the agency next month.
Okay.
So this is the companion tool. And probably more of you have not.
We actually want you, we're going to actually involve you to practice with this a little bit, like we did in.
So more of you have probably not used this one. Okay? So that's good because you can start with this one. Okay? So we did the same approach to this tool. This is the one where the individual clinician sits and challenges their own attitudes, values, knowledge, and skills. It's a personal self-assessment. And it has the second half of it, which is where the supervisor kind of collectively gives his or her impression of the staff. Okay? So this one, we too made the instruction set a lot easier to understand the purpose of the tool. If you're a change agent, we drove home some of the do not use this, so that if you have managers or administrators who are thinking of using this in strange ways, you have in the tool it says, don't do this, it's wrong. Okay? So you can say, look, it says right there, don't do it, please, don't. Okay? I had you guys in mind when I was writing these instructions. Okay. And the language, it was shortened. The language is simpler. It is, again, what we tried to eliminate was everything we could challenge and just give enough so that people could kind of be in the business of thinking in their own minds. And we tried to take some of the ambiguity out. There were a couple of questions in the CodeCat before that people.
Leave it right here.
we're legitimately struggling with, because with just a little bit of a reframe, you could read the question entirely differently. So we tried to make it as clear and consistent as we possibly could.
So what we were, one of the ways this works is that the first section is the clinician section, okay, and the second part is the supervisor part. And inside the clinician section, it's organized according to the CCISC principles. And we wrote the principles up on the top. And then inside of this, in each principle section, there's a set that relates to attitudes and values. And then there's another section that's specifically about knowledge and skills. Okay? So there's knowledge and skills. Okay? In the attitudes and values section, okay, each item says, I believe that, blah, 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 blah. And you rate from 1, strongly disagree, to 5, strongly agree. We didn't do anything tricky like reversing the valence. So 5 is always good and 1 is always not so good in that framework. Okay? But, it is what it is in terms of what you think. Now, one of the things is the supervisor questions are the same, except the supervisor section would say, whoops, okay, we'll show you.
Hang on. Nobody look, you'll get dizzy.
Here we go.
There you go.
Instead of I believe, supervisor, the staff I supervise believe that it is never appropriate to use negative labels, etc. Okay? So
It's not for the individual person.
the supervisor can take it for him or herself in terms of his or her own beliefs. And then the supervisor might say, and what do I think, where do I think my staff are? Collectively, as a group.
So the first half, though, is for the individual. The second half is for the supervisor.
And most supervisors would do both parts, because they're also clinicians.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would it also be all right for the clinical supervisor to use the supervisory, not just with staff collectively, but for individual staff? And maybe, you might see yourself here, but this is where I see you. Let's see how we can, match that up, get yours built up, or, why am I not seeing that you believe this?
Yeah. I mean, a lot what we're actually seeing people do, which is very cool, is people are bringing this into supervision. So let's say, Jane is the counselor and Josephine is the supervisor. Okay, and so Jane sits and does her code cat, and she brings it into her supervisory meeting with Josephine, and Josephine says, this is cool, let's go over what you discovered when you did your self-assessment. It's interesting because I see you having strength in this area that you rated yourself lower in, and I see you rating yourself higher than what I would have thought.
Yes, right.
Let's have a discussion about how we're, in different places with this. I've not seen anybody say, like Josephine is going to sit and rate specifically Jane. Okay, but I have seen a lot of people bring it into the supervision discussion.
Yeah. What we're very nervous about is any use of this tool that would reinforce somebody being on a little bit of a power trip. Yeah. And one of the reasons we set it up for the supervisor to rate staff as a group is we were imagining that the supervisor would often be humbled by their misperceptions about their own staff. So if you think of it that way, then that captures some of the spirit of this. Okay, if the spirit is like, I know you think you're all that, but I think you're kind of dumb, okay, that's not the way we want the tool to be used. Okay, so that's the proviso. Now what we thought we would do, we did this with another group and it was kind of fun, is the best way to understand how these tools work is to actually play with them and practice with them a little bit.
Can I want to show you guys a scoring thing, because I'm getting all mixed up where I am here. Because what we did,
okay, there you go.
We took the percentage base out of it, because the previous tool, you rated it like on a grade school test, and that was totally subjective. Okay, and it made people feel like if they really scored a 70, that was on the borderline of passing, when it may have been great. So what we did is we just made it the, the absolute number. So you would add up all the numbers for attitudes and values here, all the numbers for knowledge and skills, and then you have a total score. You take these two and add them up. And that way it doesn't feel so much like it's a percentage rating. Okay, it is what it is what it is. Yeah. So we thought that was kinder.
Let's just go back up to the, because we're going to, you guys, some of you are supervisors, but some of you aren't. All of you are change agents, which means that as change agents, you have a relationship with the guys you're change agenting for. Okay? So we wanted you to kind of practice with one or two items just to kind of get an interesting conversation going.
The supervisor's end or
this one, yeah. So I'm going to pick one of the questions, and I'm going to toss it out to everybody. And I want everybody to answer this question from two perspectives. First, answer the I believe myself personally. Secondly, answer I believe that the folks that I'm change agenting for believe, or my gang back home believe. Okay? And we'll start with one, and we'll see, if we'll probably do at least two and just have a little fun. Ready? This is a fun one. I believe that it is never appropriate to use negative labels such as manipulative, non-compliant, med-seeking, to describe clients with or without co-occurring issues, even when the clients are not present. Strongly disagree, 1. Disagree, 2. Neutral, 3. Agree, 4. Strongly agree, 5. Okay, so score that for yourself. And then I believe that my staff back home believe.
My staff back home.
Huh?
My staff back home believe.
My staff back home believe that.
So you guys want to run the list?
So each of you should have 2 numbers.
Okay.
Okay.
So for your individual selves, we'll count backwards. Okay. So for your individual selves.
Did everybody get done? Did they pick a number?
Got it?
Anybody still thinking? Anybody trying to calculate using a calculator? Okay.
Okay, here we go. So I personally believe that it is never appropriate, so forth and so on. How many strongly agree with that statement?
5s, hands up. Okay.
How many agree with that statement? How many are neutral about that statement? How many disagree with that statement? And how many strongly disagree with that statement? Okay. Okay, now, folks back home. So my people that I supervise or who I'm a change agent for with strongly agree? They back home strongly agree with this? Agree with this? Neutral about it? Disagree with it? Strongly disagree with it? Okay, all right.
Now, if anybody says, what's the right answer? Okay, now, this is like one of those things where, isn't this interesting? Okay, and that's actually the main point, is the interestingness in terms of what people are seeing. So, should we talk about it a little bit? Yeah. So, anybody want to pick why they scored? We had, just for yourselves now, okay, we had 5, 4, 3, and 2. And for the others, we had 4s, 3s, and 2s. Okay. So, anybody want to talk about why they picked what they picked for themselves? Go ahead. Go ahead, then go there. Is this one?
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I chose number 3 for how I perceive the staff that I work with, and that's based on when you have conversation with them about consumers, the choice of words that they use to describe them. They use those words. And then when you bring it to their attention, they say, oh, you know what, you're right, and they correct themselves. So it's like they have the knowledge, but still in practice, when they articulate, they still use some of those words.
I see. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, for me, I picked 5. I'm very strength-based, so I think of manipulative as highly effective in getting their needs met, and so that, you know, some of those tend to be so negative, and it can be a positive. It's that same behavior that can get their needs met and get them to change and do what it is that they need to do. So for me, you know, that's a no-brainer. However, we have staff at our organization who are old school, if you will, who don't necessarily believe in the way that I believe. And so I gave them a 2, and we have been working on this with the entire staff. And I think that this will be a very useful tool in our agency, and I really foresee us using it in the very near future. We have been talking about this for a very long time, so.
Cool. Very cool.
Okay. Go ahead.
When you said old school, I started laughing because I thought, I've been a therapist for 30 years, and I was thinking about being old school in terms of answering this question, because when I worked in HIV for about 20 years, non-compliant was a very real term that we used, and it wasn't a negative term. And manipulative, I mean, I know we're talking, anyway, manipulative in my head still can mean that somebody's clever and resourceful, and I don't personally take it as a negative thing. The med-seeking, I don't think I've ever used that term in my life. But I mean, I was looking at the first 2 and saying that non-compliant, I don't see that as being a bad term, and manipulative is, in my head, clever. You've learned to take care of yourself. Maybe not in the best way, but you can take care of yourself.
What did you score? What did you write?
Well, I scored a 2 on that.
A 2?
That was me.
Yeah.
And the people I work with, which is one person, I scored a 4.
See, that is Jane and Josephine there. You just scored Stacy.
Yeah, Paula?
I gotta say, within our organization, for the most part.
Just put it a little closer.
Okay. All the other, the support staff was what I was primarily thinking of as far as administrative monitors and medics, that they have not been coming on board as much as the clinical staff with the change agent process. It was just a little bit too big of a bite to take off at the beginning. So this time, going through and doing the COCAT and the COMPASS, we're going to be integrating them as well. And just knowing what I know from working with them, that they're pretty neutral on that. You do hear some comments, oh, well, you know, they're just med-seeking again, they're just trying to avoid court, you know, this, that, or the other thing. So, but I think that's also because it's not an atmosphere that they have been shown differently as of yet.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Go ahead, Renee.
My question is, what's the difference? A rose by any other name is still a rose, whether they're non-compliant or whether they're creative or a free spirit. They're still not doing what they should be doing.
So which number did you pick?
Well, I picked 2.
Okay. So, okay, anybody want to talk to the other side of that? Go. I know you voted for 5. I saw you.
I don't know that I even really need this, but
anyway.
I voted for 5, but unfortunately, my agency, I said 3, maybe even a 2, just because I've heard them use that language as Katrina shared. But I think of it in advocating for consumers using those words. What if they seen that? What if they heard you say that? So maybe you think manipulative sounds clever, but what if they heard that? What would they think? In the notes, too, I read notes, and people use that language all the time. And it's, I mean, to me, it's negative, but certainly it is from their perspective. What would they think if they read that or got their hands on that information.
I rated it a 5. Personally, I believe that we should work on looking at clients' progress rather than their imperfections. And I see that we can, whether we're looking at 10% increase in completing their appointments, or however, I think we can always look at something in a positive strength base, like someone else said.
Go ahead.
I just worry about using labels like that because it really helps with creating like an us and them as opposed to us all working together.
What did you vote for? 5. So we've got 5s and 2s, but there were a lot of 4s and 3s. So can somebody who is a 4 or a 3 speak to being a 4 or a 3?
Well, I wanted to think of myself as being a 5, and then I realized at lunch today, I returned a phone call to the office. And because I was busy and I was stressed, I found myself, I think I used non-compliant and manipulative. And I'm thinking, I need to challenge myself more that when I'm in a rush and I'm not, I revert back to those old habits. So I guess I gave myself a 4 more out of trying to kickstart myself into being more of a 5. But I realize that I still slip into it, and I think my staff is somewhere in a 3, maybe a 2. So I need to be leading a better example.
Go ahead, Hattie.
I suppose I would like to be a 5, but I'm not. I rated myself as a 4, primarily because I've used those terms before, and it's not always in a negative because and I still believe that there are those who are med-seeking who will get a prescription and lose it, and they come in crisis and then they need it again, and then 2 weeks later somebody stole it, and I think we pick it up from the psychiatrist. Where's the psychiatrist? Oh no.
You didn't pick it up from us.
Who called them med-seeking, and they and he's an addictionologist as well. So sometimes we do, but I never try to talk to consumers in a way that puts them down. That is always my effort, not to do that. I do have staff. I have one staff in particular he verbalizes very positive ways of talking to clients, but then right on the flip side, he'll say something very negative. And I just had this conversation just recently. How do you do that? How do you encourage and then turn it right around and have no hope or encouragement that they're going to be able to do? So that's something that I see on our floor, and I have to improve myself as well. But I generally do not use the terminology like that.
Okay. Anyone else? Anybody want to? Robert. Cool.
Well, I gave myself a 4, and I gave other colleagues a 3. And the reason I did that is because in terms of culture change, I mean, we've been trying to change culture for a little while now, but I think it's been more of a language change than actual mindset change. And in terms of strength base, that's something that we tend to do instead of something that we tend to be, because we can talk strength-based with clients, but I've seen it where within an agency, people begin to talk very negatively about each other, which shows that the culture hasn't changed, but it's just ends up being a technique instead of something that a person truly believes. And I think until that really happens, it'll be easy to slip back into old thinking.
So Renee asked I thought, a very important question, and I was wondering if anybody was going to take it on a little bit. Because he said, well, does it really matter what term we use, whether we dress it up or not? Isn't it just the truth about people? If they're non-compliant and they're not doing what they should be doing. I think that's what you said. Or med-seeking when they shouldn't be med-seeking, or manipulative when they shouldn't be manipulative. So,
Well, it's subjective.
huh?
It's very subjective.
How is it subjective?
Because we're deciding that that's what it is. That may not be where they're coming from.
Okay.
But we may perceive it as
A couple of weeks ago, we were doing some sort of exercise, and one of the clinicians put down med seeking. Oh, I was reviewing charts, and I didn't understand why. And what I want and what I need to tell this person is, if you're going to say something like this, tell me why are you using it? Because there are times when that might be a great way to describe what's happening, or it's a great way to label somebody and go nowhere with it because you really didn't go anywhere with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it depends a lot on how are you using this, or what are you doing with this.
Mm-hmm. David, you wanted to?
I was just going to add that I'll go from my own personal experience, because my first job in mental health was working with the old traditional dual diagnosis, mentally ill and developmentally disabled, and a label was significant. I mean, if the consumer thought that you were calling them slow, or even if you mentioned retarded, even though their IQ score may have been 55 or something, that was significant. And so in terms of engaging that individual, so I think you have to be careful about the context in which those labels are used, particularly now that our medical records are more open, and folks can actually sit down and read their records, if they really desire to do so. So I think we need to be careful. I know for me personally, I scored a 4, but I think with our staff, I put 2, because I don't think a lot of them just think about it.
Go ahead, you're next, and then you're.
Well, I think the 3 terms that are up there are really different. I work with mainly delinquent adolescents and a lot of borderline people, and they have manipulative behaviors. And I think you can have a very strengths-based perspective on a person, understanding how they got to have their difficulties. They didn't plan on it. But I mean, there are behaviors which are dishonest, and they're meant to trick people or emotionally maneuver them and so on. And I think that we have a lot of staff that work very effectively with the clients and can talk about manipulative behaviors and interpersonal styles, and help the clients develop, skills in honest and direct negotiation and problem solving. And our kids live together, and so they constantly try to manipulate each other and staff, and that leads to situations that they all have to experience. So I don't know that all of these are necessarily pejorative or show some kind of lack of understanding or relationship with the client.
Mm-hmm.
And the non-compliant issue, I mean, if we say we tell a client to do something and they don't do it, well, I mean, calling it non-compliant is a little bit of a power trip. But there are people that can agree to do something and honestly agree to it, but then don't follow through. I don't think non-compliant is the right word for it,
Mm-hmm.
but there are better terms. And again, I think that the gentleman that said about the importance of the behavioral specificity. But I think in working with people that may have problems like lying and stealing and fighting,
Mm-hmm.
and burglary and sexual assault and things like that, and fire setting and self-injury behaviors, that if you can't talk directly about it, how are you going to help them with it?
Right.
When you're working with little kids, and how when little kids get in a fight, right? One little kid does something to another little kid, and little kid says, it winds up just stomping his feet and saying, "I don't like you." And we're standing there as the grown-up in the situation, and we say, "Son, I think what you mean is you don't like what he just did to you." And he goes, "No, I don't like you." Okay? That's kind of what I think about when I read this question. is because, you know, we use things like manipulative, thinking that what we're saying is we have behaviors that we define as being in the area of manipulating behaviors.
Mm-hmm.
But what we actually say is manipulative, which is like saying, I don't like you.
Right.
I mean, just things that make us go,
Go ahead.
You know.
I think in our field that the semantics are truly everything, because more important than the client's reaction is our reaction and our staff's reactions. It's if you approach a glass that's half full or half empty, your perspective might be different when you approach the glass. If you call someone manipulative versus a strong survivor, your approach to that person is going to be a lot different. So I don't think that you need to gloss over the behavior or anything else, but we really need to be aware of the semantics, because on a secondary level, it's definitely going to impact how we come at the situation and the client.
Just very quickly, I took a Dale Carnegie class, and the guy that was our teacher said, you've all heard of the glass half empty or half full. And he said, when you get done with these 16 weeks, you're going to say, nice glass. And that made sense to me relative to what, Katrina? Okay, what you said, because sometimes it's not an if or. I mean, I really think that sometimes it's beyond that. I mean, I guess I'm saying that for two reasons. One, I've listened to everybody say what they've said after I said I was a 2, okay? And I can feel myself turning red. At the same time, I like what you said in terms of, rather than my saying you're manipulative, that you may have ways of being manipulating people. So, I mean, I think there's growth here.
Yeah.
I guess I have to agree with that. I think it's all about how you look at people. I mean, everyone has situations that they come from, and it's not just about, they may exhibit a certain behavior, but you have to understand what's coming, where that behavior is coming from. I mean, I was in a parking lot in Costco a couple weeks ago, and this guy was swearing at me because I was on the phone and I was backing up. And he's like, you crazy beep, you almost killed me and whatever. And I was on the phone because my husband is in Iraq. He called me. He had some emergency situation, and I couldn't not answer the phone. And I don't purposely talk on the phone when I'm driving, but this guy's just like, you need to hang up that damn phone. I mean, there was no way I couldn't answer the phone. So I stopped the car in the middle of the parking lot, and I was like freaking out. But I mean, there's reasons why people behave the way that they behave. It's not just about there's a behavior, but that behavior comes from something. And we have to try to understand where that behavior comes from and why, why the person is acting that way.
How's your husband?
Did you run over the guy? See, you're a woman with great resources. Okay.
Oh, and you had your hand up for a while. You were just on the wrong side of the room there for the moment.
Yeah, I do clinical record reviews for a living. And when I see terms like compliant, med-seeking, manipulative, that doesn't tell me anything. I need some behavioral descriptions as illustrated, demonstrated by such and such and so. If I saw that in a record, I wouldn't be upset about it. But seeing stuff like that upsets me.
Yeah. Well, it does tell you something. It tells you often that you can feel like whoever's writing it is frustrated with this particular person.
Possibly.
Yeah.
So
let's just summarize a couple of things here. One of them is the point of this is that it creates an interesting conversation. And that's very important, because it's in the conversation that people think, and I mean, it's clear that the tool is biased to kind of give you the right answer that the tool people want you to come up with. But that didn't stop you. You were right out there being your 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. Some of you are probably even 1s, and you're a little shy about it. But that's fine. Everybody got it right out there, and it opens up a conversation. That's an important aspect of this tool. Secondly, one of the things that's interesting, and in the dynamic of like when you're rating other people, I wouldn't be surprised from what you said and what somebody else said, that you may say that people are a 3 because they don't do it very well. They may rate themselves as a 4 or a 5 and rate themselves lower in their skills. In other words, a lot of times people, just like you were saying, I think I should be doing this, but I don't live up to my own expectations, so I'm going to drop myself a notch. When you may actually say, actually, my attitude is up here. My skill level is not where I want it to be. So I'm not always able to do this. And that's helpful because it reminds us that very often the issue is not that people have the wrong attitude. It's that they actually don't know yet how to operationalize the attitude. Now, the third thing I'm going to say is when you listen to this, the disagreement in this question, I think nobody said, I think it's helpful for us to be negative about clients. Nobody said that. Okay? And even those people who were 2s were saying, well, the reason I'm not agreeing with a 5 on this is because those words are not always negative, at least in the way I'm thinking about using them. So everybody is agreeing that we shouldn't talk about people negatively. Okay? Doesn't mean that we shouldn't identify their behaviors that are problems that we have to help them with. In fact, we have to identify the things that are getting them in trouble as strongly as we possibly can. So, and sometimes we know how to do that, and sometimes we don't. Now, the biggest purpose of this question is to challenge us to say, even though we may think we've gotten to be as good as this as we can, maybe there's still room for improvement, okay, in terms of how we use language. And the biggest challenge is that each of these terms is kind of purposefully used attached to the idea, like what Chris was saying. We're labeling you as this behavior. You are med-seeking. He is med-seeking. He is manipulative. You know, as opposed to, you know, let's taking the manipulative. You know, sometimes when he's trying to figure out how to get his needs met, he has actually no idea how to go about it other than, you know, blah, 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 this particular thing. And it's creative, but it actually doesn't get him where he wants to go. If we say he's manipulative and somebody says that's a judgment, then we haven't accomplished our goal. Okay? Non-compliant means you're not doing what we think you should do. Well, goody for you. Okay? The bigger question is, why am I not doing what you think I should do? Maybe I think you're a jerk. Maybe I think you're an idiot. You know, maybe this isn't relevant for me. Okay? Okay? So med-seeking is the same. You know, and this, I like using this as an example because, particularly for psychiatrists, because it actually challenges people's framework. I mean, you know, doctors more than the average person are likely to wind up thinking that they're the center of the universe in the relationship with the client. I mean, you know, I'm a doctor. I know how this happens. And so you get people saying, you know, they get people saying things like, how can they do this with my medicine? Have you ever heard a doctor say something like that? You know, that's my medicine they're taking. You know, and like it's, you know, as opposed to like they're trying to figure something out. And so when somebody's behaving in a way that is perceived by a doctor to be med-seeking, you know, part of the message is, so what's going on for that person? Why are they doing that? You know, maybe you gave them half the dose they needed because you're so busy being mad at them. So they're coming back at you asking for more. You know, which could be a good thing. Right? I always think that's kind of funny, by the way. We have a whole group of people who refuse meds, and we call them non-compliant. And then there's another group of people that ask for meds, and we call them med-seeking. Either way, you're screwed. Right? So anyway, it kind of opens up the conversation.
So what we're hoping you guys will do with this is use it whatever way feels like the right way to use it in your particular organization. Some folks, when they start this, some programs, they'll start just by putting some of the questions out in front of people and having group conversations just to get people used to the idea of talking about it. Others will, give a little background for everybody, and then they'll have them take the tool, take it home, kind of do it over a period of time. The definite don'ts are in the instruction set. So before you do anything with the tool at all, read the instruction set. Okay, because there's some things you can do in there that would be inadvertently painful to others. So you don't want to hurt anybody by doing it. Okay, so read the instructions, think about it a little bit. As a change agent, one of the things you want to make sure is that your organization has actually used the compass first. Okay, don't use the CodeCat first. Use the compass first. Because you want all the people who are kind of stressed out working in the organization know that there's an organizational intent to make things better. Before any individual is kind of challenged to think about, their responsibility in this scenario. Okay, so do your due diligence at the organizational level first.
All right, so here's the final, now to finish up our conversation, we wanted to come around full circle. And we started talking about something this morning that had to do with, creating, organizing, and empowering the conversation between the change agents. We're going to go back to what Hattie was saying. We got to get our voice involved in actually making the changes. And the people who are here are the people who need to be in the conversation with us inside the county. So there are two pieces of this. And the first one is that the folks at the core implementation team, and I actually want to put this out there because we're going to be meeting with the core implementation team tomorrow. And they're getting ready to say, change agents, we need representatives on the core implementation team. Are you guys up for that? Are you not up for that? You are up for that. Okay. Now here's something to think about. How do you want to identify your representatives? And I'm going to say this, it's actually important to think about, and I want a little bit of conversation. Right now, there are the 6 groups, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they have leaders. And we could say, hey, you're in charge of group 3, you're the representative. Hattie's shaking her head and looking like she's got a migraine. And
it's a moment of disbelief, not another thing.
Not another thing. Or we could say, let's throw it open so that each team identifies a couple of people to be the representatives. Not necessarily the leader, but somebody who represents. Now, I'm going to say, I'm going to editorialize a little bit. My long-lost daughter.
Well, bye, Becca.
Hi, Becca. Sorry. So anyway, I'm going to editorialize a little bit. The key word is representative. So if Donald says, oh, yeah, I'd like to be on that core implementation team because I have a lot of ideas. And nobody ever listens to me anyway, so this is my forum because it's going to be about Donald's view of the universe. Okay? That's not the point. Donald would be like, I'm actually part of 3 or 4 or 5, whatever group, and I have to actually be representing all the people that are connected to that group. So that when I come, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I'm worried about in terms of the whole group thing is that it would be nice, I don't know, if the representation of the change agents on the steering committee had a consolidated, thought through opinion recommendation. Okay, so that you bring whatever that voice in represents the whole group. And what I'm worried about is if the leadership comes through the individual 6 groups.
That's true.
And there's no way to coalesce that set of recommendations or that impression or opinion, then you have 6 different, probably well thought out within the group, but not across the whole change agent team.
Right.
So, yeah.
I have a thought. We were going to, we're going to schedule our next quarterly Wayne County Change Agent meeting, and it's probably going to be in November. I mean, do we want that to be put as an agenda item, and everybody's going to be there?
Yep. Yeah.
Could be.
So that we can do small groups. I mean, we can do large. Doesn't matter.
Well, I think if part of the purpose is for people to take the time to talk about how to be best represented, that would be very valuable, and to identify who those folks might be.
Yeah. I mean, we can tell you what other groups are doing, if that would be helpful, other change teams across the country. For the most part, what people are doing out there in the change teams is that they're identifying like their own internal governing structure. So how do you manage yourself, basically? And there's like a handful, 5, 6 or so people who say we'll be the kind of leadership team for the group to help organize things and be the voice and so forth. And folks are appointing / electing those folks. Okay. Some teams, what they're doing is they're rotating the seats. So like we'll have representation on the steering committee, but you'll only be there for 6 months, and then somebody else will take that position. Okay. And
Some places, the group of folks who's the leadership team is different from the folks who go to the steering committee.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what we'll run the list of our concerns. Our biggest concern is that no change agents wind up on the steering committee. Okay, that's our big concern. So anybody there who's a change agent is better than not having anybody there. That's number one. Second thing is that we want you guys not just to be thinking about your own, how you manage yourselves, not just for the purposes of being on the committee, but literally how do you manage yourselves? Because this is a part of your rite of passage, is to take full ownership and possession of how you manage yourselves. Okay, so we worry that you would undershoot what we're talking about here, just as send somebody to that table. Okay. What we're really talking about here is you guys coming under your own full steam.
Absolutely.
And feeling organized and being a great coalesced group and having a consolidated voice so that you have the power you potentially have the power to have.
Right. Your power is based on your collectiveness. The fact that there's so many of you and you represent so widely is where your power comes from. So the third thing that we worry about is when you show up at the steering committee, you wait to see what the core team leaders tell you to think or react to, as opposed to coming and saying, here's what's on our minds that we need you guys to work on with us.
Right.
Okay? And so you need a way of gathering that input and bringing it upstream so that you actually are coming as a force. Okay? Mm-hmm. So any thoughts about that? I mean, just before does that sound right?
You want to do what Karen is suggesting and has been seconded?
Is November the right timing to pick this, or is there something that should happen first?
Yeah.
I think that meeting in November, it gives us enough time for those of us who do still meet and communicate with our groups, where we could talk amongst our individual groups and then present at the quarter meeting itself.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Cool.
Go ahead, Hattie.
Mm-hmm.
People will show up here and there, but it's never consistent.
Yeah.
And I think we just need to mobilize everybody back into whatever that meeting is going to be.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, Hattie. I like that a lot.
The CIT has already, David and I have come up with a re-invite letter to the change agents.
and we're just waiting for approval, but we have already started that. We've gotten a list from, we've received the list from the VCE from all the trainings. We've actually went through the list of contacts and eliminated the names of people that we know who have moved on to other agencies, and we will be sending out a letter soon. So.
Very good. Okay.
Great minds think alike.
One more topic, and then we'll be done. Okay, there's a group of people who, in the spirit of being welcomed into the conversation and onto the core implementation team, that we need to actually think about the best strategy for welcoming. And that group of people are the people who are agency executives. Okay, people who are CEOs. Not like Don, you know, the CEO of a small and funky organization, but the great big CEOs. You know, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You know, or Renee. I mean, people who are in charge of very large organizations often are the folks who have the hardest time being connected into the quality improvement partnership. These are folks, and you know them because you work for them, who've lived in the performance culture for so long that the idea of shifting to work in partnership with the county, with the MCPNs, and with change agents to actually make change is like we all started speaking Arabic suddenly. It's a foreign language. And one of the things to start thinking about together is that when this change process gets to a certain place, the change agents get out in front of their CEOs to a significant degree and start feeling frustrated because there's a tension that gets created. And the conversations that the CEOs have with the county are all about contracting, funding, performance issues, and there often is no place where people can get together and say, do we actually have a vision and do we want to implement it? So one thing that we're going to be talking with the core implementation team is that it's important to represent CEOs along with change agents at the leadership group. The other thing to think about is how do you guys collectively as change agents take the next steps in welcoming and engaging CEOs into this process? Now, back in March, some of the leaders, got up in front of the room, terrified though they may be, and did a fabulous job, just those 6 people, speaking on behalf of their groups. And it actually had an impact. And now, you know, with the cuts and we're in a new year, you know, it's probably time to think about this to the next level. And we're not sure the best way to do it, but I wanted to share something. We're working with a group, a statewide group in Missouri, that has formed itself into something called the Missouri Cadre for Co-occurring Excellence. And they get together with us quarterly to have a statewide meeting where, 50, 60, 70 change agents show up from all over Missouri. And what they decided to do was to invite, for one meeting, they had a whole day where they invited CEOs to come to their meeting. And of some of the agencies that were a little bit front-running, kind of were in the spirit, their CEOs got up and made a presentation. And the presentation from the agency CEOs kind of goes like this. We used to think we were all that. And then when we got into this, we thought first that we were supposed to perform and come up with the evidence-based practice. And then we actually sat down and started talking to ourselves, and we realized that we weren't all that, and we had a whole lot to learn about improving. So we started working in partnership inside our agency, and we've started to blow our own minds about what this is about. And when you hear like 3 or 4 different organization execs talk like that in front of their peers and have the change agents there giving rounds of applause, it's another piece of shift that begins to move the culture forward. So it's something to think about down the line, because it's one thing for 6 of you to go into an audience full of CEOs. It's another thing for CEOs to come into an audience with all of you and hear what you're doing and talk about what this means for them.
Because the thing that we feel, I mean, we feel their pain too. You know, most of them did not go into the behavioral health nonprofit business because they wanted to become millionaires. You know, and they get lost very much from whatever the values were that got them started. And they spend a whole lot of time thinking about the misery of running a big organization and trying to make ends meet. And to offer them an opportunity to realize that the way they can get where they need to go is to take full advantage of the potential that you offer. And actually, most of them have been undershooting the capacity of this for their own organizations and for themselves. That's where the culture actually starts to shift. And having seen this happen, you know, working, for example, in Network 180 for 5 years and seeing that their CEOs have started to actually behave like partners, even though they were totally convinced it could never take place, is amazing. Everything gets discussed and figured out in a very different way than the way it was when we first started working with them. It's amazing. So I wanted to leave you with that thought and say sayonara. Thank you, everybody.
See you in December.